big up, big up, big up. The song ended actually kind of abruptly, but what is going on? Kind of threw me off. What's going on, and how is everyone doing out there in our beautiful red community? We are going to do a preview today. Something that I was thinking about calling the Reds of Monte Cristo or something like that. But it is. But I end up going with the with the easy preview to revenge, because we do have some revenge settings for Spurs, because they definitely have no cares about the fact that we did get robbed out of 3 points that could have amounted to something of a difference for us. But all the same, we are live and direct to do a preview with the Irishman, Milante, and Mr. Lee Carlson. So we are definitely going to be doing a little bit of a fun ride into thinking of what we're going to do, predictions, what we're going to see about for scorers and for scorers. Yeah, the Count of Monte Curtis. Red Armchair supporter. You've got some fun. You've got some pretty good sticks. I like. They're pretty funny. It is the Count of Monte Curtis, because he was robbed in the game.
Yeah, getting sent off. Like I like the idea of him getting the revenge, like by maybe scoring the winner tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what? If we're gonna have the three scorers, then we'll get to that. We'll get to that. That's not bad. That's not bad. I might alter my my predicted scores for just so we can have a real count of Monte Curtis. But big up to Trudon, big up Red Armchair supporter, big up Nolante's with us, but also big up to anyone that's joining us for this preview. You know how we do on this channel. Definitely chime in. If you can hit that like button, fantastic. But most of all, just enjoy the show. Hopefully you'll find it a good place to be, in the sense of being able to converse and share your ideas, whether they're whether they're the ideas of myself, or they're the ideas of others on the panel, or maybe they're different ideas than any of us. Still share them. We'd always like to see and hear what you have to say. This is an open, but keep it. Well, we always keep it respectful on this channel, and so does the chat. So we appreciate you very much. So, we are going to get into this. I'm going to introduce the panel. Brian, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Good to see so many people in already.
For sure.
Look, up the villa and all that,
Yeah, up the villa. Big up Nolante. How are you doing today?
Yeah, all good. Thanks so much, Toph. Big up the chat. You know what I'm saying? I'll echo second what Brian said. Shame about that Arsenal. Unfortunately. But yeah, I'll be doing a call out to someone. So I'll be later on. But I think we obviously what we talked about in the back room, but we move.
Yeah. Give you sometimes the peeks behind the curtain. And big up, we got Scouse Lee in the house. Lee, how are you doing?
Yeah, good. Yeah. Good, excellent.
Good.
I think we all expected City to get beat, but it was nice for Villa to just do us that extra favour. Like, City's bad run goes on. It was nice, wasn't it? Even though we knew it was coming, it's just nice to see.
Yeah, Villa's
very different. That in the most evil and horrible of ways. It's just that we've been, finishing behind them for so long, like in recent years, that it looks like finally we're going to get on top of them this year. Yeah,
Villa is a very formidable opponent at home. They're like night and day when it comes to home and away record, So yeah, when it is not an easy.
Yeah, their home record's really good. Yeah, it's a hard place to go, Villa Park now.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And that's what you want to make. You want to make if you're. It's one thing. I think always the away parks are always going to be tough for you, but you've got to make your home a fortress, and they're doing the best that they can to do so. So hopefully we can get a result when we travel there. Big up, Bobby got one of our red jewels in the house. Bernie, how you doing, Bernie? Hope that you're well. And we also have Philip in the house. I see you, Philip. Big up, big up, big up. I'm wondering too. I still waiting just to hear back from him. Because I do engage with a lot of different channels, and there is his name is Phil Barter. He's Dr. Phil Barter, but he's on Anfield Index. But I call him Doc B. I like it, Doc B. And I've seen if that sticks for him. I don't know if it will or not. and But he breaks down a lot of numbers, and he crunches a lot of. He's one of those doctors that deals with like numbers and statistics and the likes. And
I don't know, man. I don't know. There's only one doctor on this channel, you know.
yeah.
There's only one, so maybe he could be professor, but if he's coming on here, there's only one doctor.
There you go. I don't know if Doc V is going to be I don't know if maybe he will, maybe he won't. But I was talking about certain things with him yesterday, and it's kind of cool because like I'm one of the few people that actually does engage with the conversation on that channel for that specific segment. So they do engage with what I have to say and what I ask, the questions I ask and the likes. And he was talking about like the XG for Spurs and the XG, the expected, especially for like the expected XG for what they have for their every game. And there's a pretty high XG. It's like 1.9 or something around there. Almost basically two. Yeah, like that's a
they're crazy.
Pretty decent XG when you're thinking of like what you should expect in goal output from this team.
I said it to Lee yesterday. No, just quickly. I just said to Lee, every team should go into a game against Spurs expecting to potentially be 2-0 down after 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Because they're just crazy. They're just crazy like that. And then you can go and beat them afterwards. But you can just don't be surprised if you play them and for 15 minutes they've got like 12 people attacking you.
Well, I was going to tell you
what they do.
I was going to say what was also interesting. It wasn't. I believe he brought up this statistic too, is that they concede early in games as well. They often concede. They might score 2-3 goals, but they often concede early as well. They often go down like they have that I guess they do that trend that we were doing last year where it would be a goal and then they'd have to battle back. And then they might battle back, but then unlike what we saw for a lot of our games for ourselves, they would concede even more goals to the point where they either get a draw or they lose or something along those lines. But it was very interesting. That's right. Red Armchair supporters got it right. Spurs matches are a roller coaster, basically.
And I'd imagine actually, because that new graphic that they have, well, it's not that new, but it actually would look like a kind of a profile view of a roller coaster where they talk, they show it looks like that, and they show like from 0 to 90, and they show like almost it's like the game stages or the game phases. Like I'd imagine Spurs is like up, down, 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 then right till the end. It's like they were winning, then they were losing, then they were winning, then they were losing, then they were back to level, then they were winning, then they were, it's just
right. Yeah, like the momentum chart.
That thing. Yeah. Is that what they call the momentum graph? Yeah, I'd reckon it's just like there's no kind of like slow line up. It's just like up, down, level, up, down, level, up, down. Yep. So it's.
I'm actually looking forward to the game. I mean, they've both spoke of their admiration for each other, haven't they, in the past week, Slot and Postecoglou. I noticed Slot did the same thing I always do when I go on about Spurs when I was a kid. Glenn Hoddle, Paul Gascoigne, Chris Waddle, yada, yada, yada. But he had the same idea, Slot. Slot was a midfielder, wasn't he? A skillful midfielder without pace. And he mentioned Hoddle straight away. That's what was always good about Spurs, the good football. I wasn't looking forward to the Arsenal game, and it was a horrible game to watch when we played Arsenal away. But I'm looking forward to this one. I think it should be a good matchup.
It should be. Yeah, you know what? 8 goals conceded. That's we've let goals. We definitely have let goals be scored on the road. We certainly have been conceding more goals as of late. I can think
I'll ask
that's
you a question quickly, talking on, because someone we both watch an Irish YouTuber, Andy Cantwell, I think it was earlier on. He said, I'd be interested to know what you think about the last time we played well in an away game, which is why I rudely interrupted it. Because just on this, he said the last time we actually played well, we got results, but played well in an away game was Manchester United. When you talk about just performance-wise,
yes,
and then he
good
listed
shout.
them off. He goes, Crystal Palace, Newcastle,
shout.
blah 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 blah. We've gotten the results, but we have not been performing well away from home. Southampton,
Mm-hmm.
Is this a place like? Would you agree with that, Nilante? Is that the last time we played well away was Manchester United? Actual performance was, or Lee? I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah.
It could be said, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
I can see where he's coming from.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Well,
yeah, I think you're right, bro. From what I'm trying to remember in terms of
and he means
away
in the he's
fixtures,
talking about in the league.
In the
Yeah,
league, in the league.
Yeah, you're right.
Wasn't it like we have just keep results out? But the United one was the one where we we played.
That was a really complete.
Battered
Yeah.
could have been 6.
Complete performance, yeah, exactly. Which was
And
good,
that's a long
good
time
to see.
ago. The lights weren't even coming on then. Like these days, the lights come on at halftime and at 3
I'm
p.m.
hoping that with McAllister and Gravenberch back in tandem for the first time in a few games, that'll be enough for us, hopefully, to win this. With everybody else contributing, but his presence in the midfield. And if Jota starts, maybe comes off the bench, I don't know. What would you do? Would you risk starting Jota and take him off after 60, 70 minutes, or would you keep him as a sub?
Yeah,
we'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that definitely.
Yeah, we'll wait to that. But
yeah, oh my goodness, he is definitely right on. Go ahead, Nolante.
No, sorry, Toph. Actually, no, you say your point, so I'm just going to come back to my point. I'm just looking at something quickly.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say he's right. I would also maybe say there was a slight blunt. It was a slight brain fart, I guess you call it, whatever you call it.
I hate that phrase. Oh, I hate that phrase.
I know it is a little vile, but we played well at AC Milan, but that's not league. But I get what you're saying.
Oh yeah, he was in the league since United. It's pretty much been scrapping, scraping, digging results out. Disappointing draw against Newcastle, going down early. It has actually been, and I don't like this as a game to go and change that.
But you somewhat expect that, in that, again, winning on the road is not easy at all. I think that is that is the measure of guys. And at home, yes, I expect us to win. We should win comfortably, especially because of the home confines and the support of the Anfield crowd and then the likes. But when it comes to going to different confines of different pitches, different having hostile environments, having that energy be subverted to your opponents, those things are go ahead.
The point that he went on to make was that exactly what you were saying, but he says we need to go and put down the kind of performance that people say, oh, they just went and did that away at Tottenham. That's the point. He was like, we need to go. Yeah, we need the wins, and but we need to go. And I was totally kind of agreeing with, but it's just like I don't like this as a place to have to go and do that.
Yeah,
this game is just going to be chaos. It's going to be pure chaos.
Ultimate chaos. Yeah.
No, we're sitting here saying that, and it's going to be bloody 0-0, right? But it's
yeah.
One thing I will say is that fair play to Arne Slot, the medical team. Whatever they're doing, obviously Klopp's regime, in terms of doctors, they weren't great in terms of all the training session. No disrespect, but yeah, you get players injured left, right, and centre for whatever reason. But Arnie Slot's medical team, they're doing wonders. And he actually mentioned in terms of he gives them an extra day rest and little bits and pieces, which is helping. Look, Simicast, no one knew Simicast was back. And so really we've got two players that are still in injury, obviously in Kanate and Bradley. So fair play to Arnie Slots. Now, in terms of tomorrow, like I said, I mean, this is going to really show the metal of this team because obviously the Arsenal have won again today. And then again, I mean, predicted, we don't know what's going to happen, but I'm assuming Chelsea will be Everton. And then the all eyes will be what we can do. And look, again, the same thing as next week, but as I said last week, but obviously there's context into that. We were 10 men down. So I'll give them some kind of little leeway. We've got no excuses tomorrow. The squad is charged, is ready to go. Spurs will have the two central defenders out. They're going to be playing a potential, but a 19-year-old centre mid DM. He's going to be playing a centre back. So, if we again,
Archie
I'll
Gray.
be
Archie
exactly,
Gray,
Brian.
yeah, Archie
Exactly,
Gray.
Brian. And look, I've given lenience Newcastle again. People I thought was a bit over the top. Yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah, Fulham again. Context to it. So I've just kept my piss. And you know what? Fair play. Not ideal, but tomorrow these boys really need to kind of just say, "Yo, look, man, we've had a little. No, I wouldn't say it's a blip. We just said points it can happen, and just say, you know what, we're here. We need to solidify ourselves." You just said, "Yo." You want to try and put it on us? We'll put it right back on you. What you saying? That's what we need to do, and that's what I'm expecting to see tomorrow, regardless.
That game has gone final. It was 5-1.
5.
Yeah,
It's good for their goal difference.
5-1. That's a big that's a big performance for them, especially considering it was at Palace. And I guess I think you and maybe even Andy and I get the majority of us are thinking, but at least you guys have just mentioned is that we need to see the kind of performance that Arsenal performed today at Palace. That's what we need to see for ourselves. We definitely need to see that, considering that we went to Palace and only won 2-1. I think that was the score. Wasn't it 2-1 this year?
1-0. 1-0.
1-0. Okay.
Yeah.
That's where the difference is. That's the real difference.
Oh, sorry, it wasn't Andy. It was David Condren. David Condren, Condron. He's a guy we were watching backstage there the other night, making the kind of jokey videos. Yeah, it was his video actually. Sorry, not Andy. Sorry. But yeah, that was his thing. He was saying like he wants to see us do what City used to do.
Right,
they used to go away to games like that. The game would be done by halftime. They pass the ball around for 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he wants to see put in those kind of performances, which we can all get on board with, you know. But it's just that today or tomorrow, this bloody team, man. You kind of sit back, see what they got to throw at you. Maybe that way a little bit, see what they're thinking of, and then try and pick them apart because they'll let you pick them apart because we got pacing behind, right? That team to me seems like they're susceptible to pacing behind. Mo Salah, Diaz if he's in there, Nunes if he's in there, Gakpo not super rapid but still got pace. You know, plenty of options that way. So it screams open game. Like Ange only knows. Maybe Slot was trying to bait Ange a little bit there with all the credit going, oh, I love the way you play, mate. Keep doing it. Oh, that's brilliant. I love that way you just throw all your defenders forward and totally forget. Oh, it's brilliant, mate. Keep doing it, man. You do you, Ange. You do you. You know, and that'd be nice. You keep doing it. You just attack, man. Don't worry about that whole defending thing. It's great. Love to watch it. And then, maybe pick them off in behind. So, hey, look, we're expecting a fun game.
See, yeah. I think that's the reason why you're right about Slot giving a lot of love for Ange and the style of play and how he was, going against the whole he was going against a lot of the perceptions of what Spurs bring in, to those that, mock them inside of the league. But outside of the league, he was talking, or outside of England, I should say, he was speaking on the fact of how they have a wide spectrum of respect for what they bring to the game, and that's admirable. That's admirable.
Slot will get a lot of respect for that, by the way.
He should.
Because Ange is a man that's under pressure. Ange is a manager that's under pressure, and for a top of the league, top of the Champions League coach like Arne Slot to come out and praise him, and openly kind of go above and beyond, saying, "Oh yeah, he plays good football." He actually was very, effusive in his praise, as I say, and that won't go unnoticed by someone like Ange. That's a real help to him. The managers, they're all a little team together. They all know the job is high pressure, and if another manager comes out like Mourinho used to do back, and they have these sly little digs at people, and next thing you know, the focus will be turned on them in a negative way. Someone like Slot coming out and bigging up Ange and saying, "Hey, if someone like Arne Slot, who everyone's saying is an amazing coach, thinks Ange is brilliant." That will go down really well in the kind of manager, what would you call it, planet atmosphere kind of thing. That he's come out and said that for a fellow pro, backed him basically in a press conference. I think that's top class. That's really top class.
Yeah. That is definitely so. I mean, they have a lot of players that are on the mend right now. And they have a lot of players but just as Nalante said, we have a lot of players that have come off the mend, I guess you could say, or on the verge of even possibly getting to the point where they're going to be able to contribute, something on the pitch as opposed to just, putting on the parka and watching from the sidelines, which is really, really good to see. But you're right about the fact that he gave a lot of pride. I mean, I have on my notes here, like or at least I put down when I was thinking about it, like watching the Spurs is never a dull. Watching Spurs versus Liverpool matches is never dull, and especially if you are a Spurs supporter, it's certainly probably infuriating for you. But they do have some. Their healthy 11 is one of the best 11s in the Premier League. I think if you put their healthy 11 together, they would be one of the best.
Yeah, when everyone's fit, it's a good side.
Yeah,
1-11.
But that's just not the case. Like we've seen them get wins of 4-0 at Man City. They were obviously up 5-0 against Southampton. Last weekend. The pressure is definitely, as Brian said, there's mounting pressure on Ange. There's now starting to be. There used to be a whole like trust the process, believe in Ange. Excuse me. I even saw someone I do like his show, fellow American, Jacob, with his kangaroo. He has a little kangaroo now that he holds or something, like a little stuffed kangaroo sometimes that he holds. I guess it just showing the support for this coach or for that coach. It is definitely entertaining, certainly unpredictable, but we want to establish some type of rhythm and want to establish some type of reestablish some type of our own swagger, I think, this Sunday. And if we're actually able to, I think, get out of the starting gates, we will see them get their opportunities because they will hit, they will strike, they will try to go forward. They're not going to just sit back against us. But there's a lot of different possibilities depending on what Slot utilizes. And the fact that we were able to rest as many players as we did for that League Cup game and have them possibly, well rested and ready and prepared for this. I know that some might not like the revenge mentality or message, but I mean, like, as in, I want to go with respect in this game, but I definitely want to see us with bite and not just I want to see us go with like going out there and going for the real jugular, I guess you could say, in a metaphorically speaking.
Game that could be in the balance for the majority of the match. You know what I mean? Could be level until very late in the match, or behind even. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a hard one to call, isn't it, this game? Score wise.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's throw a dart at a board with scores written on it, basically.
Yeah. But we're gonna see Ali, VVD, Gravenberch, Salah, all expected to return to the starting lineup. Obviously, Andy Robertson is back from suspension after serving a 1-game ban. I think he'll be likely to return at left back, despite some people saying he's being very critical of his
sent off for that terrible tackle on Robbo a few seasons ago, 4 seasons ago or something. Do you remember that terrible one he done on and he got off with a yellow? I'm sure we got sent off later as well in that game.
Who was that?
A pen on Jota in that game that wasn't given. Who's the ref tomorrow? Does anyone know who the ref is tomorrow?
Yeah, okay. Just
which player were you talking about should have been sent off?
Harry Kane for going right through Robbo.
Oh, Harry Kane. Right, yeah. That was a bad one.
He only got a yellow 4 seasons ago. Terrible tackle. Yeah. The England captain got away with a yellow.
Well, what we were saying, what I was saying is this: the upcoming match between us and Spurs is going to be exciting. I know that for sure. It's we always spoke about their unpredictability, and sometimes their erratic form. That's something that we don't want to see from ourselves. Obviously, I don't think we've really seen that much of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde style form for our team, but we've been in pretty good shape and we also know that we've been not only in good shape, but we've led. What was something kind of crazy too? Because I spoke about the fact that that Spurs have a tendency to allow for teams to score an opening goal against them, and all things considered, we've had 20 wins out of 24 games, but we've also led in a good majority of those games, which is really, really promising to see. We haven't really been had to, fight back to win a victory gene that card have to be played so often when we've been seeing our Reds play in our matches. So I'm looking at it, whereas despite what we see, several key players are absent for Spurs, including Vicario. They have defenders like Romero, Christian Romero, Mickey van der Ven. We should be able to form a strong lineup today and fight against a somewhat depleted Spurs team that has had to play in League Cup, had to play in Europa. Like they've got it's not a team that's just sitting at home and only waiting for league games. They're going through this very similar mechanisms when it comes to the matches that they have to go about. I'm hoping we can exploit their vulnerabilities. But I definitely think it's going to be a high intensity game for sure. For definitely sure. I think the battle is going to be. I have being on here. The battle is going to be in the midfield, where we're going to have to definitely control the. I think the battle is going to be in the midfield. I think obviously the return, an arrested return. I was really, really happy to see. I know Nilante was probably over the moon about it too, to see Gravenberch get a rest against Southampton. He's been definitely one of the most used players on our team this year, possibly second to only VVD maybe. Alexi McAllister got some rest as well. Some rest that maybe the coach didn't decide. All of the other matters of getting some of that rest, but he definitely got some rest as well. He's had a few games off now, and I think how one player I have as being a player that I want to see not only just control, but I want to see. I think it's one of the linchpins to taking away what they do is Basuma. I think that if we can take him out of the game, it sounds weird because you might say Madison's a very big part of their team. You know, he's a huge threat for them. Obviously, Son, Kulusevski is absolutely a menacing threat too. But dealing with just the midfield, I have it as being, I think he's one of those, like, you take him away, then Madison's not allowed to do those other things that he gets to do. That's my part and point. Like, as in some of these players
He's the original Saicedo.
Say again.
Sorry. Yeah, Basuma's the original Saicedo.
Okay.
Yeah, before Saicedo came, I was like, oh yeah, you need to get him, and in 8 years you can buy him. He's like 20. He's already like, yeah, they're really similar players. They do really. We were linked with him for a long time, but then he went there and got injured, and then had another problem. But he's come back, and he's been brilliant for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. Like, so him and the other guy, Sar, they locked the whole thing together.
Yeah.
And Madison, Kulusevski, Werner, the other guy they have up front, I've forgotten his name, Son. They just, but yeah, can I say, or Basuma just gets around, gets it, gives it, really neat and tidy, but he can carry the ball as well.
Mm-hmm.
He can also carry it under pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Marquez, his hype has died down. It has, but he's come back as a player. Like, because he was at Brighton, he was like that guy, and it was like he had some difficult years, but now you're seeing the player that he was. I still think I'd take him almost,
Mm-hmm.
and he has died down. I think he'd be a great little footballer in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they hang it together, man. But it's going to be a big game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
this is going to be a real big game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game. I mean, this is like a very unique game because I know a lot of people want to go into Christmas leading the league. That would be very essential for a lot of people's psyches, maybe even for their actual Christmases as well. If you do celebrate.
If you celebrate, if you celebrate.
Yeah. And it might be, even if you don't celebrate, it still might be good to go into that date. Yeah, to claim it on that date because of the implications it brings when you are leading the league at that time. You tend to be the team that ends up winning the league at the end of the year. It's not a guarantee, but it's certainly a good predictor of who's going to be atop of the league at the end of the year. Let's see.
I'm just made to find out Paul Tierney's on VAR as Hilo told me.
Yeah. Just give me a sec. Yeah, I got you.
Mate, come on.
Yeah. Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna get into the referees and the likes. Yeah, the referee team is going to be headed by Sam Barrett, who had a key role in a Liverpool victory against Southampton. It promises to be a dramatic encounter for sure. So if Liverpool avoid defeat, which is what I wouldn't say avoid, I would say if Liverpool are blessed with a win here, it will mark a historic achievement for reaching Christmas unbeaten away from home for only the third time in our history. That would be a pretty phenomenal feat to be able to go and say that we've gone unbeaten. We spoke about how difficult it is to play away, albeit we would like to see better performances in the sense of what, you saw maybe from like Arsenal today at Palace and the likes. And it could be a case where we're going out and blowing away teams, even at home, but also away on the road. But it's all about getting the win in the end. And that would be an amazing feat. Only 3 times in our history have we done that. So pretty well. I'm going to bring up this lineup here for you guys here. And let's begin with this. Bring it up here. And so
12th man in goal.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, big up, JK. I didn't see. I heard the beep. I was mid thought. Big up, JK. How are you doing today?
Oh,
All
big
good,
up,
bro.
JK. Big up.
Bless, bros. Bless everyone. Hope everyone's cool.
Yeah.
Looking
I
forward
hope
to the game.
I hope your party time yesterday was good and festive.
Oh, great time. Yeah, great time.
Good to hear.
I need to hear
Happy
about the
birthday
food.
to Luca.
I need to hear about the food later on if it was good.
That would be. Oh wow, that would be a great call up. That would mean I'm the best goalkeeper in the world. Then that'd be amazing. Because I'd be a healthy alley in there, and they're still choosing me in net. Wow.
Come on, man.
Yeah, let's
I'm
be
still having Yaros over you, to be honest. I'm sorry. I'm still having Yaros.
See the love that I get. Oh, see that. Yeah.
You might get it. You might get on the bench. You might get on the bench for an FA Cup game, but
there you go.
You're still behind Yaros.
Oh, the road to
Hold
Wembley.
that. You're like, hold that. There you go. I got you. Well,
away to Accrington, Stanley. You can be on.
Oh
the bench.
yeah, there you go. There you go. I can make my own little commercial. Okay, so, yeah, I'll bring my nephew into the commercial, and he can throw some shade at me. All right, so this is the lineup that I have predicted for us tomorrow. There's a slight difference. This is the lineup I would like to see. I do have a lineup that I predict to see. So let me bring that up here. Oops. So this is the lineup that I would like to see, my predicted lineup to see, which was Robbo, VVD, Gomez, Trent, and Ali in goal. I will not be in goal tomorrow. And midfield of Maka, Grav. Actually, make my midfield of Grav, Maka, and also I had Lucho, Salah, and Nunez starting. But I do think that we might see, especially since Nunez got a full 90 yesterday, I do think that we will see Lucho and Cody on the left. And I think that's what the lineup will be for tomorrow, technically. I think that's what slot will go with, to tell you the truth. I think that this is my preferred lineup, not predicted lineup, because my lineup will certainly be a lineup, or I think my predicted lineup for them would be that we start with Lucho at the 9, and we start with we'll start with Cody on left wing, and that's the only change that I have in my preferred lineup as opposed to my predicted lineup. I know, Hyler. What? Are you serious? Like, geez.
Yeah, we're serious.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Golden assist in the last 2 games. Why not?
Why not? I think that I think that most likely it will be Cody, Diaz, and Salah. I would like to see this lineup tomorrow. I think that
Has Jota been ruled out?
What?
Has Jota been ruled out?
No, but I think Jota, considering that on Friday he was in training, but it was, there were already reports that he was injured again, or I forget how.
Have we confirmations on that or anything? No.
It's fine. He's fine.
After the Fulham game,
okay,
yeah. After the Fulham game, when he got the equaliser, we all thought he was going to start the next game, and what happened was he wasn't great. He wasn't feeling 100%, so they left him on the bench again. So he was fit enough to be on the bench.
I think Chiesa
they're slowly working him.
Yeah. Chiesa missing training would just be precautionary, wouldn't it? Because he played.
Exactly. Yeah. He's nothing wrong with Chiesa. Like, I think people.
So just being there, in my opinion.
So basically, my question is: if I was to say I think Jota is going to start, is that stupid because he's injured? Like I don't really know. I miss like a kind of
No, yeah, he's not fit. It's not that he's injured. He's more
definitely
like he's
not
not
fit.
fit.
Well,
Yeah,
not fit.
it's
Not, but
precautionate.
it's like
Okay.
right. You wouldn't
Yeah.
want to. You can get maybe like 45 minutes out of him or something like that, but you're not going to get a full 90 out of him. So
I thought he
utilize him
was
as
fit.
a
Yeah,
utilize him as a sub as
just
opposed
not
to
match fit. He's fit, but
right,
not match fit, bro. Yeah,
right.
but this is
Those
not the game for
away
me.
at
I was
Tottenham.
starting.
Away at Tottenham, it's going to be helter skelter. It's
Yeah, this is not the game I was
I-
starting.
One thing I feel I can safely predict will happen in tomorrow's game is there'll be at
Okay.
least one stomach-churningly bad VAR thing from Paul Tierney. If he's in charge of VAR, mate, don't fancy our chances of getting out of there without some bad decisions going against us.
I know.
Can we still win now in the face of adversity?
Yeah.
The thing is, what I'll say is tomorrow we have to be clinical. No point about we have to be clinical because obviously last season, unfortunately, circumstances prevented that. We were unbeaten. We had a good start to the season, and obviously Tierney, VAR, Diaz, and then Jones, and who's the other person that got sent off? Oh, Robbo, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was Robbo. Yeah. And we played valiantly, and then obviously the last minute Mayo own goal was unfortunate, and then Spurs were celebrating it like it's Christmas. And look, you know what I mean.
Pedro
I mean,
Porro,
yeah, they were,
Pedro
yeah,
Porro
exactly. The
taking his,
overhype,
taking his,
yeah. So,
taking his kid off and
so next we need
them
so
taking their babies and going around,
Some people
bringing the
never
babies
forget.
and walking them around the pitch
exactly, yeah,
like they just won the
yeah,
cup. And I'm just like, okay.
yeah.
You wonder why
So
I put revenge
please,
bet. No, sit that
exactly
down.
12. So please, tomorrow, I'm appealing on behalf of the panel in the chat, Liverpool Football Club. Please don't get any players sent off, and just have our. If we have
No,
our 11, we play our game. We'll win the game. We'll win the
exactly.
game.
We
It's
play
pretty
our
simple to
game,
that.
lad. Play our
Yeah,
game,
it's
bar won't come
simple
into it.
that.
Play our
Yeah.
game, bullshit won't come into it. If we go out and
Yeah.
we beat them, yeah, you get chances
Nothing
here,
off.
you get goals here and there.
If we
You go out and
score
just
Yeah.
beat
a
them.
goal, it'll be checked for about 8 minutes before we can celebrate.
Lee is on one tonight with the anti-VAR.
Mate,
Is there a
Yeah.
tablet called anti-VAR that you've taken? About? Yeah,
No.
Lee is definitely on the anti-VAR
No.
tonight. Let's wait and see, guys. Let's wait and see. Let's not put the negative, as you always say, let's not put those negative things out there
Yeah.
into the universe. And, you know,
they're out there, it's called Paul Tierney.
well, the only thing I'll say about this is like a lot of this with their high line and all that kind of crap. A lot of this might just come down to offside calls, and those things are just straight up computerized now at this stage. So they should be okay. I mean, I remember Klopp saying, I think everyone remember Klopp saying, all that ridiculous criticism he was getting when he pushed his line up like 10 yards, and these idiots like Jermaine Genius on Match of the Day showing goals that were offside as a reason why it was a bad idea.
Yeah, that's like
Hey,
And Klopp
he did
said,
say.
look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because VAR calls them now. He said,
right.
he said, it doesn't matter. We can push up now because more often than not, when we push up, they give the thing against you, right? So he said, but now we're going to be cool because even when we push up, we know we catch these guys, even if they score, the VAR is going to get them. And he said, I can bank on it now. He was literally saying, this technology is brilliant because I can now push my team up 10 yards.
Yeah,
Whereas before, I wouldn't risk it because the
We had the
linesman wouldn't
players.
see it because we play too quick. He's saying we play too quick, we play too high. The football, the linesman can't see it. But now that they come and draw lines, that my team, bang, 10 yards higher up, and we'll catch him every single time. Jermaine Genius literally made a fool of himself live on TV, not getting that point at all. He was proving what Klopp said, and he said, "Oh, this is suicidal football. Look what happened. Look what happened." And he used 3 examples. 2 of them were offside goals.
Yeah.
And one of them was a save. None of them resulted in goals. And Klopp was like, yeah, duh, dunce. That's the whole point.
Dunce.
Fuck's sake. Stick to the one show interviewing fucking farmers about this year's potato crop and such. I mean, come on. Jeez. Me.
Oh, good. That's so funny. Yeah. Look what happened to him, mate. He ain't got no work because his texting scandal. Dear oh dear. Dear oh dear.
I think
Get a burner.
I think he was. I want to say he was just on that clip, maybe that clip that I sent you. I think he was on that clip though. He was. They did the breakdown of the Fulham game. It was pretty interesting. I think he was on that clip.
Oh, he got booted off the BBC.
Okay.
He got kicked off the BBC. That's his.
Oh well, this wasn't on BBC though. Yeah, but yeah, I got.
Yeah, he was going to become like he was presenting like all other types of shows, like like just like daytime TV shows and stuff. His plan was to become like the next Gary Lineker and host like game shows, and which he did as well. That was his whole idea. He was going to be the next face of the BBC. One dodgy text, next thing you know, just get a burner, lads. Get a burner. That's what I say.
Yeah. So, I don't believe he has scored against them actually, but yes, this was what I had as being my predicted. That was my preferred. I'll even bring that up too. I'll bring that up again. The predicted lineup that I do have. The predicted line that I do have is again being this, or that's the predicted lineup, and this was my preferred lineup. Make sure I got the wording in there, and then this was my predicted lineup. As in, I do think that we will start with, considering that we did see a lot of the players get rest and needed rest. I think it was some needed rest on this team. Tomorrow should see Spurs. I don't have a graphic for their lineup, but tomorrow we should see obviously we should see Forrester in goal because Vicario is out. Pedro Porto is expected to make a return. Dragusin, Gray, Udogie was doubtful, but I think he will get the start tomorrow.
Dog.
Yeah.
Spence really should start, really.
Yeah. But Udogie is their preferred starter. I think
Vicario being out
and then,
for them to go out Forster.
Yeah. Sar, Basuma, Kulusevski, Madison, Son, and I think they will start Solanke up top for them. So that's the lineup I predict, the possible lineup for Spurs that we will be facing tomorrow. Yeah, like, you don't get it. I definitely want to see Udogie dog be put on a leash tomorrow. For those like that meme. Hopefully we get to see the meme of the Grand Theft Auto meme with Doggie's face in it, because he's also the guy that got Diego sent off in that game. If you don't remember, by feigning the whole, like, he acted like he got clipped, and he didn't, and Diego didn't even touch him. So
yeah,
that's
after seeing the goals Man United managed to score against Spurs the other day, I think we should hand Forster and the defenders up from the off light and try and force a mistake out of them. The United did.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting. I see that Heiler put the comment about Diego being possibly our best poacher. And definitely he got the unique opportunity to score that equalizer for us. But with the Gomez got the hockey assist, and then Nunez got the assist, and then Diego ended up doing well to get the slot home that shot that he got, because like he sent the goalkeeper completely the
slotted
wrong
home
way.
Is a bit of an understatement. He buried it from outside the box.
Great finish, wasn't it? Typical Jota.
You're doing him.
Yeah.
Definitely a disservice.
Which is phenomenal. We don't get that many shots. We don't see that many shots. We don't see that many goals be scored from outside the box, especially this year. We haven't had that many goals from outside the box.
And it wasn't like, that's the thing when you say it was like that's the thing. Like that would show up in the stats as a goal from outside the box, right? But like when you hear about that, you think about some guy cracking one from 25, 28, 30 yards. That was outside the box, but it was still kind of like Lee is saying, it was still a finisher's finish. It was almost like an inside the box. He wasn't beating him from long range, as it were. But it was just the way he just turns. And he obviously sees the huge big part of the goal, and he doesn't even think twice.
His
His
spacing was
brilliant
incredible.
finish.
Right. His ability to recognize the spacing and positioning to get into a spot where he had plenty of space to turn left, turn right, whichever way he wanted to go. He could have gone. That's what gave that made the keeper have to be, to basically pick a spot.
12
almost.
man.
Yeah.
12 man. I'll ask you a question because you're a goalkeeper, right? And Nolante, JK, Lee, myself, we've all played football at various levels. What is the one thing you don't want someone to do as a goalkeeper to bear down on you? Hit it first time, right? You don't want him to hit. You want him to take a touch. If he hits it first time, you're fucked.
Well, yeah.
You're done.
You're able if you hit it, you're not able to
no, you're not adjusted.
Take away the spacing that and get yourself positioned well.
Exactly. So if I'm in on goal and if I know I can hit it first time, if it's a half a second, I'm hitting it first time. Because if I take a second, then it takes a half and bang, and then next thing you know, everyone's set. But if you hit it first time, no one has a chance. No, you're in control. You're the only one who knows you're going to hit it first time. Everyone else is thinking he's going to take a touch here. He's going to move this way. If you hit it first time, everything is taken out of the equation for a keeper. As a goalkeeper, that's what you don't want because you just no time to do anything. You want him to move. You want him to and do what even like what Darwin did. He took it down. Then he gets to think, oh, I can set now, but Darwin does him around the side. So that's the next thing. But Jota just has that thing. No, bang. I'm not going to wait. I just hit it. I like the way he hits it first time. It's like Mac. Mac loves to hit a pass first time because he knows that in midfield that split second is huge. So if he can play a ball first time, he hits it first time because he knows that's how you break a line. He's got that, and I like that about those two players. Jota especially doesn't hold back.
He doesn't hold back, and he's not scared to take a crack at goal, and that's what we like to see. Especially with his ability to put in. I was just watching actually a montage of every Diego goal scored.
It's gonna be a montage.
Okay, all right. Is that we almost were on the verge of hearing
I think it is,
Team America. It's gonna be there's gotta be a montage.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't know that reference, no? Team America, World Peace. You don't know the montage.
I saw that movie, but I don't remember it that well.
Yeah, it's like there's a bit where they take the piss out of the fact that there's always a montage in an action movie, and it's gotta be a montage, and then they do it. It's hilarious.
We're giving you a montage.
They got you. The South Park creators are pretty funny. But tomorrow, no Ben Davies, no Odebert, no Mikey Moore. No Pigeon, no Richarlison, who has been linked actually with a possible return to Everton. That's a weird link. It's a weird link.
Are they rich now, Everton? Like I know they got taken over, but like, are they still screwed or? I don't.
What's changed? What's that?
I don't know.
Yeah, they got taken over by someone after eventually for ages and stuff, but it'd be interesting.
It's weird that they would even. It's weird that there might be lazy journalism. That might be lazy journalism, or obviously he's injured, so he's not going anywhere right now. But and we're not even in the January window anyway, but we're coming up on it. But it's just the sheer fact that he would even be that link would even be out there was kind of interesting.
Pretty shitty. It's pretty shitty as an Everton fan, I'd imagine. Sean Dyche is bad enough.
Yeah.
There are, and obviously Bentancur is still serving a 7-game ban for his tasteless remarks. There
Interesting
is
breakfast table there, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's difficult. They're very difficult. There have been some notable games. What would you say is the most notable? What is like one of the most notable games in your memory of this fixture?
Away to Arsenal. I remember the great one in
Tottenham.
Away.
Yeah.
We're playing Spurs, we're playing Spurs, not Gunners.
Yeah. I remember a really good one in 1986 when we won the double. Jan Molby scored a belter from the edge of the box. I think Rush scored. Someone else. That was a good one I remember from childhood, 1986.
Okay. Any? How about any for you guys? Maybe you can go pre-Premier League or you can go Premier League. It doesn't matter.
Are you talking about home and away or just away at Tottenham?
I would say away. Yeah, away at Spurs.
The one when we nearly won the league in 13-14 was a good one when Flanagan scored the 4th. Remember that? We battered them that day on their own pitch.
That 5-0 beat down. Yeah,
that was it.
You know what, too? You have to go because this is a new stadium for them. So this stadium opened in 2019. So I guess it would be in the last 5 years. What's a memory for you then? What game stands out in the last 5 years? Because that's the grounds that we're going. This Hotspur Stadium opened in 2019. So.
Spurs Day. Yeah. I don't have any memories of it. To be honest with you,
there's
memories of that game. Those games.
There's 2 for me. One was the 1-0 in 2020. No, is it not 2019? Yeah, Bobby. Yeah, Bobby. Yeah, the 1-0. That was good. There's another one. Was it 20? No, was it 21, 22, or 22, 23? I can't remember, but there's one in the 2021 season. I know that's when, unfortunately, COVID hit. I was 3-1.
Yeah.
And Trent scored a banger. So that's 2 that stand out to me. And then there's another one where, again, it's weird. We didn't win, but because Allison made the record, but the 2-2. That was entertaining. The 2-2, yeah.
That was to Sonny too.
Song, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Due a win down there. We haven't had one for a few years. We had about due one, I would say.
Yeah,
4 or 5 years. That's long enough. That's a long enough wait.
I did like the 2022 Mohamed Salah had a brace there actually in 2000. No, it was in November of 2022. He went there and he had a brace.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But
yes, we won. Yes.
Yeah, but the best memory I think is that 20 is also because was
that a no look goal? Was that the no look finish? Was that one of his no lookers, proper no look?
No.
Okay, right. Okay.
Oh, you mean for Bobby, or are you talking about?
Yeah, the Bobby when you were talking about the 1-0 with Bobby. Is that the one?
I don't think that was a no look. I don't think.
It's a straight finish. Yeah. It's a good build up play. I remember the goal.
Yeah.
I think Genie, Salah, and then Bobby
the one I think that you're thinking of was one. It was against Mourinho. I think that might have been at home. I think it might have been at Anfield.
Yeah, my favourite Premier League era one will be that one from the 13-14 season when Flanagan got the last goal because we absolutely battered them, didn't we, that night? Midweek match one, it was like a Wednesday night or something, and we just hammered them completely.
But yeah, Red Rebellion. Just on that, I know. I mean, I just meant in terms of. Are they out of trouble now? Have they kind of because that's how it goes. They can be 30 million in debt and they can't pay it or what. Yeah, but not. Yeah, I know they're not rich now. They haven't they can't go out and blow teams out of the water. Which is what everybody needs to learn. Which is a good point for Red Brownie. You can have the richest owners in the world. It doesn't matter. But I'm just wondering, have they kind of wiped all their debt type shit and they're good to go kind of thing or not? Are they still in?
Cannot laugh at it's called the King Group. I don't know. It's not actually that funny, but Bill Friedkin, who directed The Exorcist and the French Connection and that.
Yeah. There's some jokes to be made. Definitely some jokes.
I mentioned earlier about Slot has won 20 of his 24. Slot has won 20 of his 24 games as Liverpool head coach in all competitions. It is the joint fastest any manager has reached 20 victories in charge of English top flight clubs. Now, I say joint fastest because there's obviously someone that he shares this accomplishment with. I probably might not be able to name the actual manager, but can you at least name the team, if not the year that they accomplished it? I'll give you bonus points for the year and the manager, but can you name the team?
I missed
the Jose Mourinho.
What's that?
Is that right? I missed the question, but is that right? I don't know.
It is 20 out of Slot has won 20 out of his 24 games as Liverpool head coach in all competitions.
Yeah.
It is the joint fastest any manager has reached 20 victories in charge of an English top flight club.
Right.
Who is the manager and the side? And if you can tell the year that they did it, that'd be great. But who is the manager and who is the side? Or what side, manager, and year is what I'm looking for.
Fastest to 20 wins.
Yep.
Jose Mourinho?
It is not Mourinho.
Yeah, someone from years ago, isn't it? Someone from massively years ago.
Yeah, I'll give you that clue. It is.
It's not just Premier League then.
No, this is.
Oh, it's all time. It's like one of these
all-time
history Edwards type bullshit.
Yeah, that's why it says that. Yeah, it says in charge of English top flight clubs. Yeah.
Kenny?
Nope.
What's his name? Fucking Herbert Chapman.
Oh, right, that's a good one.
Nope.
Is it Brian Clough?
No. I just try to get the team because you probably won't get the name of the manager.
Just get the team.
Yeah, just get the club.
The 20 wins.
Huddersfield?
Nope.
Wolves?
Nope. It's a name of a club that's been mentioned before on the show.
Oh, that's great.
Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not some obscure, very obscure name.
Okay.
Club.
Would it be Preston?
Arsenal?
Boom, boom, boom. There you go.
Oh, it's the old press. Yeah, always go to Preston. Yeah. Always go back to the Preston.
Yeah, see, we got to wait for Norm Norm. Big up Norm. Norm got the team and the boss.
Yeah, you always go after that.
Yeah.
Oh, Norm's back.
Norm.
Big up Norm.
He did. He played for them as well. Yep. He learned from the best. Yeah, one of the best. Because William Siddall was the coach in 1888, 1889 was the year he beat him.
So did I think
the whole season of 1888. Triple Eights. The Triple Eights
was it
called back then.
Norm will be able to tell me. Was it Preston North End? That's who Lawrenson played for, right?
Yeah, Lotto's club, yeah.
Yeah, Lawrenson is Preston North End. Yeah. That's who he actually, if you ask him what's your club, he'd say Preston.
That's where he's from, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where he's from. He started his career there. He's obviously a Liverpool legend, but yeah. Laura was I was thinking, it was Tom or Laura was I knew it's fucking
he qualified as a legend for Ireland, given that he was a player when Ireland were doing well.
He is a legendary. He played for us, but he's never been here. But he qualifies to play for Ireland because his parents obviously are Irish, but they're from Waterford. His people are from Waterford, so they're from my city. So I'm like total legend. I'm claiming him, and he, but he never really. It's not like he ever came over here or did shit in the 80s or anything.
England had loads. Republic of Ireland had loads of centre halves that he played in different positions a lot, didn't he? Because he used had like Mick McCarthy and I think Kevin Moran with the number one pairing, and he'd play like left back in midfield, wouldn't he? Lotto and stuff like that.
That's pretty cool.
That was the thing. That's just sort of a crazy. That's a kind of typical Ireland. That one of the best, like Lawrenson today is Joe. I don't know what he's Canada. He's
on the ball to play in midfield, wasn't he?
Yeah. So it's Ireland, so it's like, oh, it's typical. Like you have three really good players, but they all play in the same position, kind of thing. But Lauro probably never played. Yeah, kind of wrong era. But the idea that we could have him and the idea that he never got capped for England was insane, basically.
Yeah, Jack's team was what it was, wasn't it? Like, those other players fitted that position better, didn't they? I think so. There you go. It's a mad one, isn't it? England missed out though. Anyway, not getting them, but England's section for Liverpool players was always up in the air. And he declared for Ireland before he signed for Liverpool, though, didn't he, Lawrenson? When he was still playing for Brighton. I think so.
That was to you, Brian, but yeah, no problem. I was gonna say, pressing ground. That's pretty cool. Bill Shankly, Crescent is a street by the grounds. That's really cool. That's funny that Norm knew that answer because he happened to take a photo of the photo of Sutherland Shankly. That's pretty wild. Pretty wild. Got to know your history, people. You got to know your history. Definitely got to know your history. There was an interesting comment. We were just talking about Diego before I get into this last little bit of predictions and for scores and the likes. There was an interesting thing. I do enjoy listening, or I'm trying to reach out to possibly get this journalist to join us on an episode. Actually, we'll see if it happens because he has a connection to Philly. But Mo Stewart is a journalist over there, and he has his own YouTube channel now, and he was, he's one of the journalists that gets to ask the questions. He's one of the few that actually gets, when he raises his hand, he actually gets to ask his questions. And there was an interesting question that he raised, and I'm paraphrasing, but like he basically was speaking on, on Lucho playing the 9 for us. And he was, the way he verbalized or put the question together, he's basically saying, we've seen Lucho play the 9. He's played well at the 9. Since we have seen him play well at the 9, are we going to see more of him playing at the 9? And now that and how's that impact Diego and Nunez, and with them being our options for the 9 as well, and it was very, and I do like the fact that Slot has become comfortable in his press conferences now, to the point where he does joke, but he also will call out your journalists sometimes for making comments or asking sometimes questions that might, he knows where they're trying to go with the question, but even more so, it's one of those perceptions that are out there that's a misconception, and he kind of like corrects them the same way that I remember the gentleman from Redman TV asked the question about, oh, you like to play a 4-2-3-1, or you like to play this or that, and he's like, no, well, correct, in Feyenoord, and he's like, well, no, correction, I play a 4-3-3, that might at times be a 4-2-3-1, but he plays a 4-3-3. That's what he said in that presser. This time, he with Mo's question, we spoke on that Diego goal, and he was quick to make a correction of how he formulated the word, or saying, because he said, oh well, Diego at the with Diego at the 9 and how he scored. He's like, Diego wasn't our 9 in that game. He's like, Nunez was our 9 in that game. Diego got substituted and brought on as a midfielder. And that was a a lot of us would not ever really thought that he was being brought in as a midfielder. But in that game, Slot pointed out that, no, he was a midfielder in that game. Just so happens that, the way that the formation and the opportunities and everything and the likes created itself, he was able to move into that space, and Nunez was able to find him. And that's how he ended up scoring the goal. Now, it looks like he's the number 9 because he was in the number 9, area of space on the pitch, but he wasn't our number 9 in that moment. So it's like it was interesting, and Mo made a point of saying how like he was, how he did get corrected, and it was an enlightening comment, and it goes to kind of what I was speaking yesterday with Beige and Reds on Beige and Reds show a little bit, is that I get that people have the easy perceptions of what they think and what they, even with their eye tests, sometimes are telling them is this or that for what we do, but he the breakdown of what he said highlights what I've been trying to emphasize, is that there's a lot more nuances and intricacies of the game that sometimes those of us that maybe don't do those deep dives, don't do like the breaking down the formations and the form of play and the likes, you don't really appreciate sometimes the the lunch pail work of a Dominic, or you don't appreciate the tracking back or the things like that. Mo Salah, for instance, gets a lot of the glory and the shine, but for instance, but Sadio did probably twice the amount of work, when it came to defensive coverage and pressing and the likes, which helped create a lot of the shine and the productivity that we got from our front 3, along with, and not saying that Salah didn't do any work. I'm just saying that he, but I also say that I'm just trying to recognize the fact that Mane was a huge, important piece of that front line. So it's just interesting when you
only
see.
Because Bobby was there.
Go ahead, Brian. What are you saying?
Sorry, only because Bobby was there, right? To quote your famous quote, Mane only did what Mane did because Bobby was there. I think
both. The reason why Salah says that Nunez was his second favorite player, only behind Bobby, is because Bobby was an important part. VVD has made the mention.
I'm only joking.
I know you're only joking. I know you're only joking.
But you did make it kind of like, Mane only did we did because Bobby says, well, I mean, look, that front.
I didn't say I never said only because.
You did on one of your shows. That's why it's burned into my memory. He's like, that's a receipt I'm gonna keep bringing up.
I didn't say only. I said my form. If my words were only, then my primary reason of saying that was because Bobby is the linchpin. So Mane would have done what he had to do because Mane is the levels that he is. But I'm saying
I always said it. Look, Bobby is the system. Yeah, Bobby is the system. Bobby is the system. Bobby, like people say, what system did he play? Bobby Firmino. That's the system.
Right.
These guys, Bobby just does the whole thing. But yeah, I know I won't go too much into it. But look, what we're talking about right now, like just what I was saying, like the answer that he was saying, like as a Dutch coach, basically everything is 4-3-3, and then it just becomes whatever you want to become. So he was being quite cheeky there when he was saying, "Oh, I play 4-3-3," because that's what every coach plays, and it's 4-3-3. And then after 2 minutes, it's a 5-1-3, and then 2 minutes later, it's a 4-2-1-3. It's like, he was being cheeky there. He just says, "That's what I do." That's to say I did this, I did that. It was funny that the Red Men TV are actually in press conferences now, and people say like, I don't like people criticize them for kind of going, cozying up to the club, or yada yada yada. Well, look where it's got them. They're in press conferences now. They're doing, that's their thing. They want to do their thing. I don't think they harm the club in any way. I don't think they spread propaganda or anything like that. Yeah, they're a bit mild. They're not going to go out there slagging off John Henry because they get access. They get access. Most of these people out there would love the access that they have. They criticize them. So okay, they've gone to a more kind of vanilla palette maybe. But it's good to see that people like them now are being given at least an opportunity to get into that realm. But it just shows you have to be kind of professional and toe the line. You can't go into a press conference and go pure, YouTuber on it.
He was just
But
being
if you,
Chris Pajak, wasn't he, Slot, when he said that about like what his midfield formation actually is. It was kind of a nice moment, really. Like I think it wasn't for Pajak when he said it, like, but then he buzzed about it later.
Yeah.
And look back on it, like, I think it's funny now.
Yeah. The idea 10 years ago they'd even be in a press conference, like sitting and let alone asking a question and having it answered by the manager. For them, it'd just be insane. 10 years ago, they probably had 200 subs 10 years ago. So it shows you how the world has changed, but you still got to toe the line. You can't go in there being that crazy YouTube guy and just ask Arnie Slot whatever you want. Your question will have to get, put through the press officer, have to get approved. You might get to ask it, you might not, but you'll be 15th on the list. Number one will be Ornstein, number one will be the guy from whatever. And if there's time and the manager, you will get your question, maybe. So,
yeah, I've been impressed with his press conferences, Arnie, so far. I think he's been good.
Yeah, his personality is coming out a little bit more, and it's good to see he's getting more comfortable. So he's having a little bit more fun. Yeah. He's not the kind of robotic type guy that he came in, played it straight, but now you're seeing a little bit more of his kind of. It is a bit. It must be very frustrating for those guys. The one you were talking about, 12 man, the guy he was talking about before. He's like, he basically said to him, "I know your editor has asked, your boss has asked you to ask this question, right?"
Yeah.
And he's like, yes, of course he has. He's like, wow, man, your boss is really stitching up because he knows I'm not going to answer.
He said that. He actually said that. Yeah.
Yeah. And that journalist, I think he was like a Sky Sports
the one,
guy.
Yeah, the one that asked the question about legacy.
It was one of the
legacy question.
A couple of years
the
ago,
legacy question about Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Yeah, he's like, oh, what about? He's like, I don't. It's like I'm not going to answer this, but I know you get asked to do it by your boss. He's like, yeah, of course I do. So well done, you did it. It's like that's really, like, for those guys, that's really going to wind them up. They're like, that's funny, but okay, I got to spin another quote out of it. So he's like, I feel sorry for you because your boss sends you here every week asking the same question,
asking the same
knowing
questions.
You're not going to get an answer.
Yep. Same questions, same response each and every time.
Nothing.
I do not know, by the way, Norm, as to why. I'm gonna try my best here to find out why Zubimendi was left out of the lineup. Hold on a second.
Oh, injury apparently. Injury. But we could draw a bit into it. Going doesn't want to get injured before a January transfer. You can put 2 and 2 very easily.
We'll see. They've been doing well, actually. To be honest with you, they've had one of the best winning records since in the past 2 months.
Where are they in the table?
Climbing.
That I don't know.
Climbing.
Yeah, I don't remember playing them back in what year was it? 82 or something? 83, 82.
Jeez. I'll tell you. Okay.
Yeah, and Zubimendi wasn't listed as an injury, by the way, so I don't know why he was left out.
I think Nalante was it. I think Nalante said that he was injured. Norm was asking earlier on why he was out. I think Nalante said it was an injury. I might be wrong. Definitely someone said he was injured.
Nah, he's injured. He's just started just covering it up.
There you go.
Because, I mean, this is like I said, I knew he probably have. Maybe that's his real name. But like like I said, I do see the chat. I do see what people write. I'm doing a better job, I guess because I'm so inclusive with the chat and our conversation. It's one of those cases where like I do try to involve people, involve the chat's conversation with the panel. I know that there are channels that like basically don't even interact with the chat. Most likely, they don't engage it at all, much less, unless it's a super chat. They don't even recognize what you have to say or what you want to try to include in the conversation, especially even if it's on topic of what we're talking on the panels. But I do have to say that there is a case where something we spoke about backstage. Again, I'll give you this little behind the veil, behind the curtain look. What is very troubling and what is very like disappointing. I'll even go as far as disappointing, because there's different stats or different reasons why. There's various reasons why I became a Liverpool fan. Obviously, I might not be from Liverpool, but I have Liverpool in my heart, I believe, because I've met some great people. I've befriended some great fellow Reds that have definitely that are from Liverpool or have also been followers of LFC for even more years than myself. And I've been a Liverpool fan for quite some decades now. That's what's wild about it. You get old real quick. Time flies really fast. But one unique thing about it is like I did enjoy the fact that it was a very big sense of us against the world. It was always a sense of like, despite at the time when I started following the team, we weren't good. So despite that, there was always, you were the target often of banter, the target sometimes of criticism or ridicule. And the one unique difference is with our fan bases, or the fan base, and maybe even the inclusion of social media today, people being behind the keyboards, you see that the engagement is different. Like as in, I see what Andrew Wright has said. I don't even know if there was not even a hello. There was not a hey, big up, to all my Reds. There was no introduction. There's no like, hey, like show love for each other, like support the lines or anything. It's the first comment out of the gate is I hate Nunez and Sabasalai and product is trash. And it's like, okay, cool. Where do we go from there? And like as in like that's what blows my it's one of those infuriating things, because one of the best things about this, and I'm going to land here. One of the best things about this fan base was the fact that, again, so often the sheer fact of me saying I'm a Reds, that I support the Reds, and that person supported the Reds, that was already a bond. There was already a bridge for us to communicate. Did not necessarily mean that we spoke the same language at times. Didn't mean we were from the same culture. Didn't mean that we were from, obviously the same country even. But it meant the fact that we did have a unique love for a club that has brought us joy in our lives. The ups, the downs, we've been through all of them together. And the most part about it is that we go through them together. Yet so often we have fans of our fan base now, especially in these forums, that come out and the first thing they have to bring is negativity to the bunch. And that is the most frustrating thing, because I know that like one of the unique things I've seen the numbers of the channel versus the numbers of other channels, and the numbers of these other channels I see out there are enormous, but they're full of people that start conversations off with just straight vile negative things. And it's so frustrating, because that's not the essence. That is not what I know as being Liverpool. And that's the most frustrating and the most disappointing part. And I'm doing my best to try to be another light out there to maybe bring back, or at least show that those essence of what I believe is truly what this club emphasizes. And it's, once we might get back to those things, it'd be fantastic. But I know it's not about kumbaya. It's not about the this and that, about the Shangri-La type stuff. I'm not getting to those points, and the rainbows and everything else they were talking about. It's more so the fact that you have a respect for each other. It's more of the show that you have a love and appreciation for each other as Reds, period. And if we can't, I expect it from rivals. I even now expect it from neutrals because they've been tarnished by rivals' opinions and attitudes. But when I see it from fellow Reds, that's when my heart kind of sinks to another level. Because if anything, I know that I would support any Red simply because they're a Red, period. But I don't know sometimes if that other Red, now it makes me go in. I'll go into forums and I think it's iffy if that other Red's going to support me, and that's the difference. Knowing that there was a moment in time when I knew that any battle, anything I went into, I always had the support of my fellow Reds. Period. Now I go into forums and it's about trying to prove me wrong. Yet you're a Red. That's not the place I like to see our community be. That's all I wanted to get and say. So hello to you, Mr. Wright. I hope that you're well, and I hope that things get better in your life, and I hope that they continue to do so. You might not wish the same for me, but if you're a Red, I'd certainly wish that for you. So.
Well said. Well said, Toph. Well said, and Norman as well in the chat. Well said, 12th. I mean, listen, like Andrew, right? We don't know who you are, but 12th is a real one. And look, and at the end of the day, I'll just clarify just two things, and then Brian, JK will say their piece. Look, you don't like him. Listen, me personally, listen, there's two people. Brian, who's in the chat, who doesn't like Nunes, doesn't rate Nunes, so he championed Nunes. I didn't rate Nunes, but you know what the difference, Andrew, is? Plays direct slot, I didn't want as manager. But you know what? You give them a chance. This is what life is about. You give them a chance to prove you wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, even if I don't rate Nunes, I'm never gonna disrespect him because with all due respect, Andrew, you ain't a professional football player. None of us are. Some of us have played near and there. He is.
Yeah.
You don't rate him, fine. There's people in the chat said Nunes is not clinical. Fair enough. Like I said, for tomorrow, personally, I will start Nunes because I think Jota just needs a bit more time, and then the next game he can start, and let's see what he can do. You know what I mean? Dominant. Like in terms of Sobo, he's not trying. Personally, he's out of form. I don't think he should start. But you can't call these football players trash. They've made it for a reason, Andrew. So I would 12 is a nice guy, believe me. And I would have gone more in than you, but you said some valid points. So Andrew, cool, like we appreciate you, but kind of just respect. You want to say he's not clinical, he's not good enough, fair enough. But hating is hate. Do you know what hating is? I don't think you understand what hating is. I could tell you some things, but it's not for me to tell. That I could curse with the hate. You can't hate a player. You don't know him. You don't know. He doesn't know you. It's just silly. And what I will say is, and I'm going to be, so ladies and gentlemen, chat, please excuse my language. I don't like to get irate because me and Top were speaking a few things. On Beijing Ron, Barnes TV, big up Beijing. If you're hearing A9, you're a punk still. You are a punk. For some of your outlanders, you are a punk. And if you want to come and debate with me, come with me. Yeah? Come at me. You are a punk. You are a complete punk still. And I'll show my face on camera. Yeah? Some of the stuff you were saying that will be discussed about, you are a punk. You ain't no fan. Go and support another team. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
At the end of the day, like for me, when the guy's playing for Liverpool, even though he's not playing great and not getting game time, he comes on in the 89th minute, scores it's 0-0. He comes on, scores the winner, we win the league. Fucking, you're gonna love the guy. That's how I see football, bro.
Yeah.
Like for me, until he is not wearing that red shirt of Liverpool, until that point, I never diss players. Very rarely. I don't need to tell the guy, Kanate, Diaz, whoever it is, they need to play better. They know before us. You know what I mean? They know they've got to play better. So we don't need to go on social media and have a go at these fucking guys, man. That is so childish. It's like, give these guys a break. The pressure they got from their family, like keeping a standard of living, all these things people don't actually realize the responsibility a footballer has. He has to wake up at 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning in this winter time, freezing every day. And we don't even realize that he does that. You know what I mean? So for me, a bit of respect in the game is always needed. Otherwise, we're living in like some mad times, you know.
Yeah. I don't mind having debates. I don't mind having discussions. There's people in that panel yesterday that I was part of that did not share the same opinion that I had, but yet we did our best to conduct an actual conversation, you know. But it's just that's just the way it is. It's like if you look at chats today, it blows my mind when I see like, you know, people like from the very get like they just kick in the front door and this, you know, drop a stink bomb and then leave, you know. Like that's just what is that? What is that? Are you here to say up the Reds? Is that really the true up the Reds? Is that a true you'll never walk alone kind of like, you know, mentality? Get out of here, man. That's ridiculous. That's why it definitely pains me. I don't mind having debates. I do not mind having debates. There's nothing about being a fanboy or anything like that either. I'm not even go there. As in, I certainly have players that I enjoy watching play, and certain players that I like, but if they're not playing well, then they just don't deserve to play. Period. I get that march and point, and we can have those discussions. But to come straight from the rip and just say like, oh, this person's crap, this person's, you know, shit, like, you know, like as your first comment. Like as your first comment, it's just that's the world we live in sometimes in a lot of these forums, and then you wonder how things escalate in these forums, you know, people calling other people's names and trying, you know, and the likes. It's like it gets so crazy, so crazy, and it's like I'm just trying to be like, yo, we're on an absolutely incredible moment in our lives as Reds supporters, in that we're at top of the league in the Champions League, top of the league in the Premier League. Okay, I just mentioned a stat that hasn't been a stat that hasn't been done since 1888. 1888. And the first thing we want to talk about is your like is someone's obsession over this one player. It's like, oh man, let's create an environment that people want to be a part of, not one that people want to regress from. That's what I'm trying to create, and that's what I want to be a part of.
But you know what it is, 12 as well. Like at the end of the day, I'm all for people highlighting and criticizing certain points of a player. For me, that comes with the game.
That comes with the game. Absolutely.
That's cool. But when they do it as an agenda, like they're doing it constantly, and then what happens, that guy sort of shines and comes back to his best or starts playing his best football for us, you don't hear nothing. Like, not even an apology. Oh, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that about this guy or whatever it is. We've seen it ourselves in certain shows where people have like just sort of diss players, and I'm thinking, come on, man.
It's not even just diss players. It's also diss players, diss coaches, diss our coach. I've seen people diss Klopp. I've seen people you know, like I saw like a Red Rebellion TV just brought up. I saw like you know, the fake Don Hassam like freaking say slot out before we even play the game.
No,
it's like, what are you doing?
No. For me, Slot, like the only thing I had with Slot was that I wasn't really happy in the way he came into the job. He was still at our club. That's all I had a problem with Slot with. Nothing else. He's done pretty well for me. And bless Norman. Great to see you, bro.
Yeah. But look, it is what it is. He's our coach. Let's give him an opportunity. You know, if he slot out, it's crazy. There's people that wanted Klopp out. I know.
Called him
Klopp, I think I always said that Klopp had earned enough respect and gratitude, in my opinion, my own humble opinion, that he was going to be given the grace to choose how he left the club. He should have been given that grace to choose how he leaves the club, and he did.
He left on his own terms, 100%.
Yeah, and that was fantastic to see, the sense that he at least left on his own terms.
Just a reminder,
forced out. It wasn't like some you know, Arsene Wenger type situation where he's almost like practically forced out the door. You know, it's not something where you know you're calling him a punk or a prick. Someone called him, you know, like it's not Yeah. Oh, even going further to say, to bring the xenophobia into it, like that stuff is where I'm just like, we've got to recognize and call it out somewhat, but also try to bring people into a place where we understand that we are stronger together, not separated and divided. It's just simply that we're the mighty Reds for a reason.
You know what? Would these people say it to his face? Imagine Klopp's come back to Anfield for a dinner. He's invited these people who have said that, and they don't know that he knows that. And would they say that to his face?
No, absolutely not.
Fuck? There you go. So I'm leaving it at
absolutely
that.
Not. If a certain pundit or certain content creator got to meet Jurgen Klopp, he would be over the moon. But yet he'll be as bold to call him a German prick. Like, come on, man. Are you really doing that?
Exactly, man. That's the thing. I said to so many of these people before, man. They're out there calling all these people dickheads and trash and dusted and finished. And if they ended up in a room with them, their legs would go to jelly. Like, not even in, like, the idea if they were even in a room with Genie Wijnaldum, they'd be slagging him off on the YouTube. A week later, they meet him in Dublin airport or something. They'd be like, "Oh my God, you're Genie! Oh my God! Can I get a selfie? Oh my God, please. Yeah,
selfie.
These guys would go to pieces.
Can you sign? It's for my cousin. Or it's for my son.
And then a dream came true would be on their post on Twitter. A dream came true today, and this, that, and I met my favorite player.
It's like
bless the Redbird as well. Nice to see you.
Like JK, you see these boys, right? And we won't say. Let's just say, Johnny, a YouTuber, right, comes out with a big 6 months before he leaves. Klopp is trash. He has to go. Do you think he'd say that to him in real life in a room? Nah.
Nope.
You another balls.
Yeah.
Nope.
But even we would never go to Fergie. We wouldn't even go to Alex Ferguson and call him this, that, and that. We wouldn't have it. We wouldn't do it. We would have that sort of respect for him as a manager. Like, for me, I wouldn't go if I met Fergie, I wouldn't just say to him, "Oh, you're this, you're that." I'd be like, "You know what? Fair play to you. You're doing a top job for Man United. Yeah. God knows what's happening now, but you did a top job for Man United." And if he was a Liverpool manager, us guys would love Fergie as much as them guys love Fergie, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. It's just one of those things where it is kind of like, it gets on your crawl a little bit. It is certainly one of the reasons why, again, like, I even made this channel is because of those reasons, or one of the reasons at least, because I got tired of seeing content creator platforms out here that, especially even the ones that are rivals or neutrals that have quote unquote Liverpool Reds representatives on there that are anything but real Reds, like real Reds that support this club in the essence of the Shankly, like you support, if you can't support me when I lose, if you can't support me when we draw, but only support me when we win, don't support me at all. I know I'm paraphrasing that, but like type mentality. And that's why it's one of those things where you just don't. It's difficult, but you have to fight on, and you have to really believe that you can make a difference. So it's just wild, absolutely wild. But again, I think that just life is short. You know what I mean? Let's enjoy the moments. Enjoy the times that we have. If you can't find enjoyment in the fact that we are having one of the best starts of any Liverpool campaign, I don't know what much more to tell you. There's really not much more than this
doesn't really get much better than this at the moment. Doesn't really get much better than this.
Right. Misery loves company.
Yeah, we don't have Mbappe. Yeah, we don't have a Messi. Yeah, we don't have this or that. But in terms of, doesn't really get much better than this. Top of, well, hey, look, tomorrow, Chelsea, but we are where we are. Yeah, if you want better than this, like you said, I don't really know. I don't know how to help you. If this isn't good enough for you right now, I'm not really sure what we can do, because we're never going to be a City, with 400 million pounds sitting on our bench. We're never going to be that club, you know. So
Nope.
if this isn't good enough for you right now, not sure what to do. It's like, you know, we lost Klopp. Oh, they're going to fall apart. They're going to fall apart. Liverpool, Klopp's gone. Oh, this guy comes in. Oh, look, if he's good, if he's okay, third, fourth, something. Even some of us are saying, hey, look, we take Champions League, right? You know, transition. We are where we are. If this isn't good enough, you're not going to find a better. You're not going to find a better movie, really.
No, you're not. You're really not. But again, you know, like you said, there's those out there that like want perfection, and you know, would we take perfection? Absolutely. We love everything, love perfection, but we're realists. You know, we understand there's going to be ups, there's going to be downs, good times and bad times. But the bottom line is we're Reds, and we fight through it to the end. And you can have expectations of success, you know. But I always say like, prepare for the worst, expect the best, but prepare for the worst. And that's my mentality. Like, and there's that whole, it's why like we're going up against a club tomorrow. We're going up against a club that has their name is like, is a word, is an adjective in itself. That's so Spursy. That is wild to say, you know.
Very
that
annoying.
Is wild when you think about it. Like, as in, imagine that was something that was connected to our club. When I think of our club, I think about hope and promise, and never giving up. That's what I think about our club, considering I've seen some incredible, you know, feats, basically. And I'm talking about seeing them, actually, not necessarily been at the pitch, but at least I got to watch them with my own eyes, live type situations where all hope and belief was not even remotely, or would not remotely be there for some clubs or for some people that support other clubs. But this team, you almost always think maybe there's a chance. And that is unique. That is special. And yet so often rivals, neutrals, and unfortunately some of these like, you know, wolves in sheep's clothing out here want to take that away from us. That's how I look at it. I see it as they want to tarnish that. They want to make you think you're bottle jobs. They want to, because they're bottle jobs sometimes, you know. They want to make you think that, oh, you don't have a historic heritage or history, because they don't hold those kind of aspects. Don't let them take that away from you. Don't. And if anything, I'm going to try my best to remind you of it. That's why I say the things I do say, because I do believe, and I do greatly appreciate what this club gives and brings to us. So, but then again, thank you again. I think that might have been A9 actually, because I mean it makes sense, Anthony, right? But I can't say or not. But I do appreciate the fact that, you know, that splinter might have brought us all closer together, hopefully. So big up to all the Reds out there. Hopefully we can all continue to hold it in the fact of support each other as Reds, because like if you can support each other, then certainly hopefully you can find support for yourself as well. And you never know when you're going to need it in life, and it does mean something to know that you have it. And I appreciate the panel, because the panel is full of like absolute like legends here in the chat. A big up to all in the chat as well. 99% of you at least. Big up. Oh man. Oh wow, here we go. Oh my goodness. What is it with today? Oh man.
Yeah, we got a celebrity.
Here we go. Mr. Das. Mr.
Yeah, man. Why not?
Finally.
Why not?
Yeah.
Because
That's to you, JK. That is to you, JK.
At the last two games, he's got an assist and a goal.
Yeah.
Just leave it as that. For me, I don't care how he does whatever. As long as he does something. Goal or assist, I'm happy. Until see what happens next.
There you go. Hopefully that makes you feel better, Mike. Hopefully that makes you feel better. Because guess what? Like it or not, this guy right here, he's a mighty red. And I'm proud. I'm proud. I get it, Mike. I get it. Mike and our interaction is pretty funny. It's pretty funny. You do, Mike, you do an appearance on the show at some time too, by the way. Definitely owe an appearance. Because I know that we've had our little bouts, but I know that you had a little bit of an issue of what I had to say or my opinion about what you had to say on your show, American Waffle. So, yeah, I hope that you'll join us sometimes to verbalize it and at least have a honest debate and have a sincere debate as well. But big up, Mike.
But bro,
yeah, and don't worry,
tomorrow...
Mike. Nobody will mute you. Sorry, Jay.
Yeah, no one's
Mike,
gonna mute you,
worry.
Mike.
No one's gonna pay. No one's gonna pay to mute you on our channel, mainly because we can't take donations. I can't say if it would or wouldn't happen if we could take donations, but we can't. So don't worry, you won't get. No one's gonna come in and try to evict you. You'll be okay. You'll be cool.
And if you had a choice tomorrow to play Magnum up front or Darwin, who you taking?
There you go. There's a joke. There's a good joke.
There's a question.
I will say this.
From Kevin.
Let me just say this one point down. Let you say this, Monty, too. Also, let me just say this. That comment about top reds is very, very divisive. I know that you might not think of it as being I won't say a slur, but like as in being disrespectful. But I believe that it somewhat is because it brings about a division between us as Reds. Whatever your means and level of support is for the club, that's your choice. But yeah, it's a way of basically saying that it wasn't even an original term for Liverpool. First off, it was really for Red Devils, but like as in the sheer fact that it is now part of what we see today is kind of like a swipe at someone to say, oh, well, I can't take you serious because you're a quote unquote top red. My usual comeback for that is, oh, what are you, a bottom red? Which is not exactly something that I think most people want to hear. So, I mean, it's more of the way I support the club or the way I look at things is one thing that's cool. Let's have a debate. Let's have a discussion. Let's create a discourse. But I think, though, when you do say that word or try to use that term, it is divisive, and it ends up being it might not be a signal for you, but it is a signal for a lot of people that have used that word as a negative, and that's why it can be seen as such. So that's where it is. So, Nolante, you want to say something?
No, I was going to say, 12. Kevin had a question for you in the chat.
Oh, well, what was can you bring up the question? What was?
So he's just asking about what area are you from? What state are you from?
Oh, what state am I from? Well, I'm from. Yeah, I know. Mine's not that. Yeah. I'm Anfield West. That's where I reside. Yeah. Anfield West.
Yeah. Straight out of Scottsdale. So.
Yeah, right. I'm not trying to get doxxed or something like that. So, but yeah. But yeah,
Yeah, if you want to see the negative, Mike, I don't know, man. You have a healthier life if you see the positive, man.
Yeah, I would love to. I mean, like Mike, we definitely, again, like I said, I've put it out there. I know Mike's been on bigger platforms representing us before. I just trying to get across, like as and he says you just choose to see the positive. He chooses to see the negative. It's just two different lenses. He says, don't mean disrespect. If I did, I would say it directly, but I don't because it's just ball. I get what you're trying to the matter of what you're trying to say. And I appreciate you saying that it's no means of disrespect. I was just trying to emphasize that when I do hear that the top red, we all know what the word top red is meant to be. you might not be trying to hold it in that cognation of it, but it's the sheer fact that that word is the origins and the roots of that word are very divisive and not necessarily meant to be they're not meant as a positive, that's certainly a divisive word. So that's why I was saying it. You can say what you want, but obviously I would choose a different term to use when it comes to people, especially when you're trying to talk to each other as Reds. But I hope that you join the show, man. I hope that you join the show so you can have rather than have to type out everything, because it's not easy to type and try to interact. If you can have an actual discussion, yeah. But yeah.
It's like I mentioned the other day in the chat. We all, sorry, JK. Sorry, we all love the same thing. We all love the same thing, but sometimes we see it from a different point of view.
Yep.
All of this, but it's like JK will say, it's about, if you want to go toe to toe with somebody, you want to get into it with somebody, cool, let's do it, because it would be the world's most boring YouTube channel if everybody just sat there and go, yeah, I agree. Everything's brilliant, everything's amazing. No one wants to hear that shit. But it is, if you can get some people with some really strong opinions that they can say, in a respectful manner and go back and forth, and then afterwards you shake hands and you go back and go, hey, look, it was just a debate, but at the end of the day, we're both humans, we both love the same thing, but we just see it sometimes from a different point of view. And that's what makes it interesting, because if it wasn't for that, there would be no debate, and without debate, there's nothing.
Absolutely.
So, but it's, as long as you keep the respect there, as long as you keep, especially even add stuff, add things to debate, not just go like our dude comes in earlier on, hate that guy, he's shit and he's shit. Hate them, they're fucked, get him out of the okay, cool. Thanks for kind of wrapping up your whole personality in one 6-word comment. No point even talking to you, because that's what you said. But someone, okay, like I can sit there and talk about someone all day. I can make the case for both, and that's how you should be able to do it, right? You can have your own opinion on it, your real one, but you should be able to make the case for both. And as long as you can even bring some fucking humor to it or whatever, but have a fun debate because it's just like Mike is saying, look, it's just ball. This is just football. At the end of the day, this is just football. And those people, like I've said before, when they come in straight out of the gate with, I hate this, I hate that, I hate this, they don't hate that footballer that they've never met in their life. They hate their own lives. They're unhappy with their own shit.
Yeah,
and they just want to take it out on something.
Yep.
Yeah, they don't hate it. I can't love or hate someone I've never met before. He plays football for Liverpool. Good job, nice job, bad job, whatever. You can't hate them. They're just people you've never met. So to get that deep on it, they have other problems. So a good debate with people who love the club and they can add something different to it. Yeah, that's what you want, man. That's what you want. Mike says, I don't know about that. I truly hate Enzo and Romero. Okay. Oh, okay. Enzo Fernandez. So you're anti-Argentina kind of shit, or anti-London shit. I don't know. Cool. I like Romero. He's a bit of a head case. I love an Argentinian centre back. They're my favorite type of player. Walter Samuel, people like that. Ayala, they're the best. I
will contend that I know he's saying he's just critical about everyone and everything. He says I don't hold emotion in analysis. I will say it's difficult to really agree with you on that point, only because I've heard you call Trent Alexander-Arnold, like, I think you called him dog shit or dog crap, or he's playing or that his play has been he's a donkey or something, or like I don't want to misquote you. I do have clips, so I do have receipts. Actually, I mean, I'll hold off on those receipts for when, if you do want to address those comments, I can play them for you, and you can come on the show and you can address how that's not emotional. That's how I would say it, because sometimes what you say and what you think that you're inferring by what you say can be two different things. So that's why I, like the Psalms out there that'll go as far as to call Lucho human fecal matter. That's pretty emotional, and that's pretty not only disrespectful, that's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. That is more a reflection of, not talking about Mike Doss, but that's more a reflection of who you are, not that player. So I will definitely give you the opportunity to at least say what it is. But
yeah, I think everybody, like I say, everybody needs to come at it from the right angle, with the right what's the right energy? It's like, to me, it's like, it's always been, I don't care about the name on the back of the shirt. I don't care if it's Jota, Nunes, Balotelli, Chiesa, Isak. I just want our club to win trophies.
Mm-hmm.
I want Liverpool to win trophies. And if you can put someone on the pitch that's better than someone else we have on the pitch and we win trophies, double thumbs up, I'm cool. Let's go. I'm not going to worship players. This is, to me, we're talking about favorite players earlier on, and this would be my advice to anybody. The only really boring bit of advice: if you're going to pick a favorite player that you're going to say he's my favorite player, just pick someone who's stopped playing.
Yeah, chances are
that's the easy. Just do that, right?
Yeah,
just do that, and then you can say he's my favorite. Because if you pick, my favorite player is some guy who's still playing football, no, forget that. Just say my favorite player is Michael Owen, Robbie Fowler, Frank Lampard, fucking Stanley Matthews, whatever, right? Don't just wait until people have finished playing football to say he's my favorite player. Have something else, but just look at things, because right now, man, I will never say I don't want to sell Robbo. I don't. If you tell me that the guy that comes in 3 years' time, we have 2-3 league titles, 2 Champions Leagues, 1 Champions League, 1 league title, whatever, because we've improved our team. I don't care what the name is. I just don't care. We win titles. Everyone should be happy. Maybe they won't be, but yeah, that's the end game, right? And sorry if it's your favorite player that leaves, or if it's a guy you don't like that comes in, but that's just how you do it. You constantly improve. You constantly get better. People come, people go. Players stay. People, they get a bit too attached to them, maybe. But as soon if they've been gone 2 years and we win 2 league titles, I think they forget about these people pretty quickly.
Yeah. There'll be certain same people that throw these players under the bus when they score that game winner, or they give that game assist. they'll be the first to be like, my team. That's yeah. Oh,
you know what, bro?
Like I said, I got receipts. I definitely got receipts, Mr. Hussam.
Like the old school Liverpool way to support Liverpool is, if there's a problem with the player or whatever, we don't make no noise about it. Like that's the old school mafia way to do it. Don't make no noise. We know there's a problem. We'll deal with it. But for me, the modern day fan is about making that noise. It's like, we know Darwin needs to play better, but I don't need to do it every day and tell the whole world, Darwin is useless and this and that.
Yeah.
That guy knows before us, he needs to play better. We don't need to say nothing to him. He knows what he needs to do. If he does it, it's his choice. But at the end of the day, just not like being negative towards a player all the time. If he's playing that bad, be positive towards the guy. Maybe he'll play better, bro.
Yeah.
And this is what I say. And again, I'll be the only one who says this. So the panel will now distance me from my next couple of words. In terms of Trent, Salah, and VVD, I'm not bothered. If they go, they go.
Yo, wait.
If they go, they go.
Oh my gosh.
You see, I told you, see, bring you the difference. And the reason why I said that, we're Liverpool Football Club, no player is bigger than the club. I mean, I'm just being real. No player middle club, and there's players out there that we can get, and we'll build for another team. So they stay. If they go, they go. If they don't want to be here, whatever reason, then fine. We move. No, if anyone tells me a player is bigger than the club, then boy, I think then you might have to think about what you're really watching. So that's it, really. That's simple as.
I like that sentence. Don't hate the player, hate the game. That's wicked. I heard that before. That's cool.
I don't know, JK. Am I lying with what I'm saying? If you disagree, I get it, but that's just how I feel, man. I'm not bothered. I really am not bothered.
Like, just for me, I just see it like this, bro. When the whistle blows tomorrow, I'm gonna be positive about us getting a win. Positive that our players will get that fucking win. Instead of sitting there thinking, we're not gonna do nothing today. Oh, we're not gonna do this today. Oh, we're this, we're that. Hence why I don't really like to do watch-alongs, because I think that some guys will end up pissing me off. You know, like for me, positivity always wins, man. And critical thinking is very important. All these big companies, they've all got guys in offices who are critical thinkers who will highlight the negatives. But that's all done behind closed doors, like Mercedes-Benz and stuff. You know, these companies, they're going to have guys in there who are saying, oh, this is what's wrong, this is what's wrong. But they're not going to really highlight that in magazines and TV shows, saying, oh, this is what's wrong with Mercedes-Benz. You know, and that's why I look at football. You know, it's the best way to do it. 12 man's writing.
100%.
Yeah. No, I was just trying to put it. I know I was engaging with what Mike had to say about the fact that he says something about he doesn't own it. He has his own channel, first of all, because it used to be just Mike Doss, but it's now Mike Doss LFC. But he doesn't really put out content. But he does engage in quite channels. He's on some platforms. It's just the fact that, like, look, you know, there are platforms out there that have enormous subscribers and viewers that watch their show. And, you know, if you don't think that you have some type of an influence, then you're kidding yourself. You do, because you unlike those people in the chat, are able to you're not only just typing on the keyboard, you're now you're plain and centered in front of their faces. You're now the focal point of where the conversation is going to go and what it's going to be about, for the most part. You know, sometimes you can forget about what the chat says if you choose to, but when it comes to actually going about it, you know, you can go and the thing. All right. Do we put the
I ripped the Band-Aid. Sorry.
Okay.
That was me.
Okay, that was quick too. That was like 2 seconds. I was in the middle of saying something.
I didn't see the point.
Yeah, I know.
Time,
If it's a bad time, I'm happy to come back at another.
No.
He didn't know I was going to put the link in the chat. So
I got you.
Yeah, for your views.
Backstage controversy. I see. I got.
There's our two strikers up front tomorrow. Magnum and Darwin up top.
There you go. Let me say this. I'm going to introduce Mike to the show. I think this is his first time, I believe, being a part of the show. So definitely welcome. And also, what I just wanted to just verbalize was what I was just trying to say to you, at least, is that I understand the fact that you don't necessarily put content out on your own page or your own channel. But what I was verbalizing or saying earlier as well in the show is that one of the main reasons why I create this channel is because so often when you do tune into these neutral, if not rival oriented shows, and chances are the representative on those shows only basically underlines rivals' points about our own players, about our team, and about ourselves. Like, as in, sometimes it can be frustrating because you are being, in essence, a representative, despite the fact that you didn't ask to be. You're not saying that everything is on your shoulders or something like that, as to be the representative for Reds. But it is an opportunity for you to be on a platform that gets sometimes 50,000, 100,000 views, if not more, and and it does take a little bit of like a sense of we receive enough banter from rivals alone, but when we see those that are a part of our own community basically sounding more, not saying you personally, but sounding more like rivals than they are Red supporters, it can be frustrating.
No, listen, I hear what you're saying, and I think that it's a valid point. I think that a lot of times there are people, whether it be this fan base or other fan bases, who take things a little bit too far in terms of what they say and the connotations that they have for certain players. But at least the way that I try to look at it is that if I'm criticizing a player, like I'm only criticizing that player as a player on the pitch. Like if I say Trent is, dog water, I don't want to curse or anything, because this is not my channel. But if I say he's exceptionally poor, it's not a connotation on Trent Alexander-Arnold, the human being. It's just what I'm seeing on the pitch is not acceptable to my standards. And I totally understand that other people have different views on it. They have different takes on how they would approach supporting the team. Some people, like, there was definitely a time in my Liverpool life where I didn't even care about talking about ball. I just wanted to watch the team every week. I would turn on the game, I'd watch it, I'd turn it off, and I'd forget about it. Be like, all right, cool. We win, we lose, we draw. It is what it is. And then the next game would come, and so on and so forth, right? But, just certain individuals have different ways of looking at the game. Certain individuals have, different platforms. Certain individuals have stronger personalities per se. And that's not exactly, I'm not condoning what they say about people sometimes. But at the same time, for the most part, I feel like everyone is talking about the player as a player, and if someone takes it past that, if it goes beyond the pitch, if it goes into the human beings themselves, then I would say, okay, hard line drawn. This isn't like we're not sitting here about to, diminish the existence and the value of this person as a person. But like, if you want to talk about someone as a footballer, I'm not really going to stand in your way. If you want to sit here and tell me that Rasmus Højlund is the worst back post runner that you've ever seen in your life and he's a waste of space, I know that you're talking about him as a player, if that makes sense. And you can't, it's difficult because sometimes I don't think that, like, you can't exactly like say that. You can't preempt every criticism you have with like, I'm not talking about him as a person, because then it would become redundant. But I hear what you're saying. And I do think that certain people have to take a little bit of responsibility in the way that they talk about fans. And I do think that the overall YouTube community is, in essence, a giant clickbait farm. But,
Can I ask Mike a question?
Yeah,
Mike, can I ask you a question? Because you've mentioned this, I'm just going to give you my CV back lower, as it were, but I've been doing YouTube since 2017, 18, maybe. Been on some, I've been around, basically. I know what the crack is. Like you were saying, negative. Look, I was at the forefront of saying negativity sells, right? You're not going to get everyone coming in if you put up a thumbnail saying everything's fun, everything's cool, nothing to see here, right? So we know that, right? We know that that's now spiraled totally out of control, where everything has to be a fight. Everything has to be about negativity. So do you think when you go into a show now where you're going to go on to say that's a call and there might be 6 or 8 people, because like you say, you don't do your own channel, right? And that's cool, right? You don't do your own channel, right? So you're going to go on to other people's. Are you conscious of the fact that maybe if you weren't negative or kind of hypercritical, that you wouldn't be as, say, regularly an invite? If you just went, oh, everything's great, man.
No. I think that there is a place for people who are positive. I think that I think every fan base has those people. I just think that, like, I'm just naturally hypercritical as a person. Like, I'm just as critical about movies, or like, I work in music. Like, my job is literally to find artists and sign them, right? Like, I'm devoted to being critical as a human being every single day. And I have very strong opinions and I use strong words sometimes, and that can be taken out of context. That, like, every time you say something doesn't mean that everyone is going to take it the same way. You know what I mean? And
Okay,
There are
well, I'll rephrase that, Mike. I'll rephrase that. Do you
Yeah,
think
sure.
you get invited on shows because of that
No,
hypercritical negativity thing,
no,
or
no. I think that it's just about how you view the game, and it's about your ability to articulate your opinions. Like
Mike,
if you get invited to a show, oh my bad. If I'm
no,
misunderstanding the question here,
no, because
no?
I wanted to just quickly interject though, because like I get what you're saying, but you just said yourself you don't have a channel. You have a channel, but you don't put content out. But yet you're getting asked to be a part of forums and panels where they have 40,000 subscribers or 100,000 subscribers or something on those,
well, I
15,
mean,
10,000 subscribers. So I'm asking, I will, um, I guess, reemphasize Brian's question in that, do you not see a correlation as to why you're being asked to be a part of these panels if you're not out there putting content out every day? You're not out
well,
there putting content out every week or month.
which is fine. I mean, the reason why I get invited to something like Hussam is because, I was there when he was at 2,000 subscribers, right? And I would go on to his halftime shows, and I would be there week in, week out, and eventually it kind of just turned into, hey, do you want to come do this Liverpool show, right?
Mhm.
With that one specific channel.
Mhm.
American Waffle is more like Hussam knew Staffy. Staffy needed a Liverpool fan. It was just a
Mhm.
connection. You know what I mean? Any of the panels that I go on or any of the shows that I do, the only reason why I'm invited there is because I know these guys off YouTube. You know what I mean? It's not like they saw me one day and I made a video and they're like, "Hey, why don't you come in here?" I mean, I like there was a time, especially 2 years ago, where I was looking at the positive way more than I was looking at the negative. And I
Mhm.
think that I've gone through a little bit of a paradigm shift because my standards have changed. And I think that, certain players have rubbed me the wrong way. But then at the same time, other players have rubbed me in the right way. Like I was once critical of Soboslai, but now I see this new version of him in the last 6 games. And I'm like, continue doing this. And I have nothing bad to say about you.
Mhm.
I think it's just, if like ultimately the ecosystem of this platform is negativity sells, right? So if it comes down to it, and I was a big creator and I was looking at who could I invite on, I would invite on the person who's going to say buzzwords and get angry and go on a rant over the person who is going to be happy-go-lucky, right? Again, this is like coming from the standard of
I
what
know
is
you're being
YouTube,
honest. I know you're being
what
honest.
is
Yeah.
what is driving views. But again, I don't do that. Like, when I go on a show, it's really more like I know the guys, and I'm like, for me,
But
this is just a
how did you?
way to
How did your?
talk football.
I'm sorry to interrupt again.
No, no, it's
I was going
okay.
to ask the question of like, as in again though, I know you're not in
we
Jordan.
respect you
You're
coming
not.
on, by
You're
the way,
not.
massively,
You're,
Mike. We
yeah,
respect you
I
coming on, by
respect
the
the
way,
fact that
massively.
you're even conversing with us right now. But like, I know you're not in Jordan, for instance. So it's not like you go and get espressos or smoke cigarettes with Sassam. But like, as in your interaction with him, and maybe the reason why you befriended him, could it not again be because of the way that you and him have similar tendencies to draw upon the negative things than it is
I
to
don't.
draw upon the positives? So if anything, it's not like you said, "Oh, there's a Jedi," and I'm a
But
we have Chris Angel in the house. It's not like you said,
the
"Oh,
thing
there's."
is,
there's
well,
he
Oh
basically said,
shit, man!
There's another Sith Lord out there. Let
yeah,
Oh
me
but
bring
shit!
him.
I
but the
got
thing
red
is that
eye as well,
is
man.
that
That's a
like
little
Everything.
Jedi nerd
that
talk.
isn't okay. But
Yeah.
so the problem that I have with that take is that denotes the way that the relationship between me and him began, right? And like, then that's not something that any of you guys could know, because I'm not sure how many of you were watching when he had 2,000 subs. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Also, there's no way for you to know what our behind the scene conversations
No,
are.
I agree.
And it's like,
Yeah, but I'm
yeah,
asking
I
for
would
some
love
context,
to,
some clarity.
by the way.
I mean,
I
I
would
like
love
we disagree adamantly on a ton of stuff, right? Like I think maybe a reason why, you know, being invited onto that show is because of the fact that I'm able to disagree and then articulate my point as to why I disagree. Like, I was once hugely for Nunez, and I would have debates with him over it. And my paradigm has shifted there. But still, even to this day, I have adamant disagreements with him on why certain things are happening, especially last season. Towards the end of it, we adamantly disagreed. And I think it's just about, ultimately it just comes down to how do you personally interact with someone and what value do you bring? Like, are you disagreeing with the person? Okay, that's fine. But, like someone said here before, if the disagreement is just saying, hey, this player is shit, that's not really going to sell. Sorry for cursing.
No, go ahead, man. I swear all the time, but don't worry.
If this player is poor, okay, but that's not really articulating anything. Like, there's nothing to debate off that. That's the most opinionated thing that you could say without any backing. Oh, he's just poor. Okay, but tell me why. You know what I mean? And I think it's just about being able to articulate that and being able to have, a constructive conversation in a sense, whereas there's back and forth. But obviously other people might think it's not constructive because, they don't want to view the negatives so much and they would rather spend the time looking at the positives of the team. And again, I think it's, different things float different people's boats. And, again, I don't hold anyone's view on this club personally. It's a disagreement in perspective. And ultimately that's all it is. And it's just about a football club. Like, I don't know anybody personally, and I have no opinion of anybody personally. And I would never hold anything that you say or, do with regards to Liverpool personally, because this is just a sport, and if we disagree on something and you think I take it too far, it's like, okay, I apologize. But, in that instance in which, you super chatted me into the jail, I thought Trent had been exceptionally poor for the majority of the season. But
which is what you wanted to come on and talk about, by the way. That was the point you wanted to come and talk about.
Right. Trent. You said Trent. You said Salah. You said you had comments.
Salah was just that game.
You said Salah. You said Trent.
Salah.
You said Salah, Trent, Darwin, and then after calling me a top red, you called me delusional. Like, as in, that's a little bit too far. Like, as in, I didn't call you names. I didn't say that you're this or that. But that's the parts and points of why. Let me just land in the sense of saying, sure. That's the parts and points of why I say our actions on the screen on this little thing called YouTube speak volumes to a lot of people, because they look at it as, oh well, here are people that can't even conduct themselves with some decorum when we are together on the screen. You think that you're not going to see that times 10 in the chat, to the point where people are going to call people names, threaten people, go to parts and points of talking about people's families, whether it's the play. It's one thing they do about the players. Now they're talking about each other in the chat. I'm just saying that at those parts and points are sometimes can get to a place that we don't want them to go. When you just, as you said earlier, it's just about ball. It's just about, like, hey, this is about something we all find or utilize as being possibly a place for solace, a place that we can kind of like escape a lot of the problems of the world and enjoy something together, and we can all agree on. But but those are things.
I mean, but just very quickly. If I offended you, I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't mean anything personally by it. And to be honest with you, you probably caught me in the emotion of dealing with Donna Cullen, and that just ended up refracting onto you. But again, it's anything I say is never a personal indictment. It's just all about the perspective of ball. And if I offended you, I'm sorry. And I probably shouldn't have said that. And you're right. Like, you do owe a little bit of responsibility to at least treat people with decorum and respect, regardless of what you think of their opinion. You should not direct your anger towards the person, directed at the opinion. So if you want to call someone delusional, say, I believe that opinion is delusional.
Right. That's another thing.
Yeah, well said, man. Fair play to you, man. Totally fair play.
Yeah, well said, Mike. Well said.
Fair play.
Yep. We're in the
there's a difference.
We're all here talking about football. We're not here talking about war. We're not here talking about life or death. We're just here talking
about a game, Brian. It's like the dark and the light. You ever tried to roll a blunt in the dark? It's going everywhere. So that's why I like the light.
Oh goodness! Oh my goodness, JK, bring a little levity to it. But yeah, no, that's the whole point.
Get out,
man. I can do it with my eyes closed. Fuck that dark.
Oh shit!
But also, just
to clarify, Mike, can I ask you one question, Mike? Quickly, Mike. You say you're into music, right? So I'm assuming you're aware of the Finn McKenty controversy, right?
The Finn McKenty controversy.
The punk rock MBA, 600,000 subscribers on YouTube. He's been around 10 years doing music videos on YouTube talking about, punk, new metal, all that shit, right? He drops his channel about a week ago. Does it, says I'm finished. Goes on a podcast a week later and goes, I never liked music, never really liked new metal, never liked punk, was never really into it. I just made it all up. I read it off Wikipedia and it was all fake. I don't really like any of these bands. And this guy was like, one of the, like I say, 640k subs. The punk rock MBA did all these music videos, huge amount of subs, and he comes out and says, "Yeah, I'm giving it up." And someone asks him, "Why are you giving up?" He says, "Yeah, I only did it for the money. I had no interest in the music. I don't like these bands. I've never listened to Blink 182, all this shit." And he comes out and says, "Did it purely for the money." So, is there any, when you look at Mike, when you're going around the sphere here and now, you got to see some kind of parallels. There's a couple of guys out there that I think we all know are just doing this shit for the money, right?
I mean,
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's the way they just said their personality comes across when they're on camera, and you're thinking, what a fucking worm. Like, fucking keep it real, man. Like, make your money, who gives a fuck? But keep it fucking, don't do it slimy, cheesy sort of way. It's fucking horrible. It sticks out like a sore thumb.
I mean,
keep it fucking classy.
I think that it's kind of a combative perspective, because some of these guys are not making that kind of money. I do think that exists. I do think that there are people out there who make channels because they're like, okay, this looks like a niche I can break into. Let me just pick a team. I know how to make content. I think I can grow this and monetize this XYZ. That definitely exists, and that exists in every medium that there is, whether it's music,
because
it's movies.
Because Mike, you're not getting a channel if you support Portsmouth, right? If you just happen to be a Portsmouth fan or a Colchester fan, or you just happen, if you're not a Liverpool, that helps. That bit helps.
100%. But at the same time, I also think it's just that that's one side of it, but on the same, like if it's a coin, right? Like that's tails. Heads would be that there definitely are some of these people that just have insanely strong opinions and don't really draw a border. You know what I mean? Perhaps the way that they speak, perhaps the criticisms that they have are simply too far for other people. I think that both things can be true. There can be people who are fake,
of course,
and then there can be people who are over the top. And I think
100%. No, there are people who are generally just 100%.
Exactly. So it's a balance. It's a fine line. I mean, I'm not gonna everyone does their own thing, but ultimately you have to just control what's in your own control and view the game in your in your own way. And whether or not you're connected to certain different people or certain different communities, as long as you're speaking what your perspective is and you believe that you aren't compromised, I don't think that there's ultimately any real issue, if that makes sense.
At the end of the day, it's just have what you watch.
Right.
That's really it.
But also, too, to go even further, though, or a follow-up question, though, I don't know Hussam's background, for instance. I know this isn't, it's not all about Hussam either. And you're not a spokesperson for him either. But for the likes of people like him or other content creators out there that.
Did he say human?
I don't know.
Did he say human excrement about Luis Diaz, Hussam? Which one was it?
Yeah, that was that guy. Yeah, that was
that's Hussam who called Lucho human feces. If it's a case of you understand how YouTube works, you understand how there's clickbaiters, there's some, I believe what Brian's saying, and I'll just come out and say that they do think that there are some some out there that are grifters that are just out there just trying to make a quick buck on our community because we have such an incredible fan base. But also, there are those of us that have a background in the game. There are those of us that have an actual background in the game. And I don't know. Do you? I'm not trying to put you on blast. But do you want to share what your background with the game is, or
we're like am I like a former player?
I know.
Have I worked for?
Yeah,
a
because
club?
I know you said
Sure.
you're in the music industry, and I'm in the music industry too. So I appreciate that. Now I am, but I mean, like I have a background in actual in football / soccer, if you want to call it that. So I know you're American too. So.
Yeah, and I mean, I played as a kid. You know, I've been a FIFA merchant for probably 20 years. And you know, that's probably like the extent. You know, I'm not. It's not like I'm like Enz or JJ. You know, like I'm not going every weekend and coaching,
being a coach
soccer.
or ref or like
Exactly.
a ref, like
Exactly.
you know, something like that, have a reffing background or something along those lines,
No,
or you've never been an
just
agent or a player, or you never,
no,
you know,
no.
been
I'm just a
affiliated
fan.
with like the national team, or you've never been a part of FIFA, you've never been any of those things. So when like those, what it is though, because I believe Hassam is similar in the sense of I don't think he has a background in football, a deep background in football either, but yet like sometimes when you do engage with those people, can it not be somewhat frustrating when you are engaging with people that do have backgrounds in the game? That might be able to enlighten you on some of your heightened points that you do firmly believe in, but yet they might have a little bit of a better base to kind of bring you into the reason why they're thinking the way they're thinking, despite the fact of you thinking the way that you're thinking.
Yeah, no, of course. That's why I always appreciate listening to JJ's opinions on Fridays, because you know he'll bring a different perspective. He'll bring a perspective of someone who's been in the coaching system, of someone who knows professional footballers and can, you know, spread a little bit of a different light as to why a player may or may not have done something on the pitch. Of course, that's important. But, you know, I think that people view the game the way that they view the game, and it would be awfully difficult to just completely change their whole perspective overnight. But also at the same time, you know, just because someone does have a background in something, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're wrong. You know what I mean? It just means that their perspective
I want to make sure. I want to make clear that I'm not saying it doesn't mean you can't have an opinion, but I also would say that maybe your opinion would be a little bit more grounded, or it might even it might have a little bit more shape to it if you were to take a perspective of, I know you might play FIFA online, or you might, like as you said, you know, or maybe played it as a kid when you were 12 years old, you know, but you know, just like you said before, you know, JJ, you're speaking to JJ, or you're speaking to maybe Enz or Savage, or those people that are involved in football in different levels, you know, or maybe even speaking to myself. Well, I've been involved in football in quite some incredible levels that I'm blessed and been appreciative of. When engaging with those kinds of people, like, do you sometimes even try to bring a little bit of hesitation and pause to what you in your heart you might want to go with, but then it's not like if I had the pure brilliance to talk to Daniel Sturridge, okay, which I have obviously, but that's why I bring it up. But all the same, you know, when we're having a conversation and we're talking football, you know, or if I'm talking to Kyle Beckerman or something like that, you know, and we're talking football, there are parts and points that I might have an opinion for. There's things that they might engage with me to get insight on. But at the very same time, I do hold a little bit of reverence to what they have to say, because they're at a different level and interpretation of the game that even I can't fathom.
I mean, like, to be honest with you, like, I'm just the kind of person where it's like, I'm just ignorant. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a very combative person. And I don't care if you're Jurgen Klopp. Like, I'll sit there and I will give my criticisms. You know what I mean? But that's just the way I am. Like, that was the way I was raised. That's the culture that I'm from. I'm from New York. Like, I give my opinion. You know what I mean? Obviously, that isn't to denote.
So that's
other
your buzz,
person's-
Mike. Is basically
which is
that's where
which
you
is
get the
fine.
buzz off.
But like
No, it's
again,
cool. So that's what
that
you're saying.
isn't
You get your buzz off of that. That's cool. Yeah,
that
that's I
that
totally
that isn't
understand that. Yeah.
that isn't to denote that opinion. You know what I mean? But at the same time, just because someone is at a higher level than me doesn't necessarily mean I'm wrong, right? Like, a good analogy here would be: are you not going to trust someone's reporting on someone because they are a Twitter journalist versus they work at CNN? You know what I mean? Just because that person doesn't work at a major company, that doesn't mean that they're not necessarily qualified to talk on what it is that they're talking about. And you could use that same train of logic with football. I mean, you probably have a different perspective, and you probably have insight into a reason why something is different. But ultimately, that's just the way that I see things. And at the end of the day, it's just opinions. Like, if I think that someone is playing a certain way and someone else disagrees, and that person is of a different background and has more experience in working in whatever field that is, that's perfectly fine. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm right and I'm wrong and you're right, or I'm right and you're wrong. We can both be right and wrong at the same time, if that makes sense.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. I think that's that. It's kind of like not saying I'm a professor, but it'd be like me being the student telling a professor, I get you have an opinion, but
but
we all have opinions, but
is the student wrong? But to me, the question there isn't even about who's the professor and who's the student. It's about who's right and who's wrong. And just because a student says something to a professor, that doesn't mean that student's wrong because the professor is of higher status. You know what I mean?
Fact is fact. It doesn't matter who says it. You know what I mean?
No matter who says it, doesn't matter.
No matter who says it.
But it will be. I think that sometimes when we do engage in these things, you have to have a little bit of respect for as in, if you're going to sit there and tell me about things because you play, not you personally again, like just because you someone does career mode on FIFA, that they now know how to run an organization or run a club. It's not, and you sit down with Michael Edwards, are you going to sit there and say, well, Michael, you know what, I know you have an opinion and you have some thoughts, but let me tell you about my thoughts. Let me tell you about my opinions. Sometimes the engagement has to be properly
that's just a fan though,
balanced. I know, and I get that. Like, as in, if you can have some real progression. I think you can have some real progression in trying to get to a better place for not only yourself, but possibly even that other person, in being able in a communicative bridge that you both become enlightened from the conversation, as opposed to you finally getting the opportunity to say what you've been wanting to say for so long, but yet you now realize that it was a silly comment, or it was a dumb thought, or something like that. And the only way you're going to get it out, I guess, or figure that out, is if you say it, possibly. But at least if you were to say, well, I have these thoughts, what are your thoughts about that? That's one way of doing it. But if you come out of a place of, oh, I know, of authority, it's a different story. And a lot of times on these platforms, we all are coming from places of authority when some of us don't necessarily have that much of foundation to really claim that status. But yet, because we can articulate our words well, or because we are able to say those buzzwords, as you said, or because we're argumentative, or because we tend to kind of champion, quote unquote, the some of the vileness of others in the chat that come on a show, and first thing out of your mouth isn't hello, how you doing, hope you're well, good to see other Reds here, is, hey, this player's crap, this player's crap, everyone's crap, F you, and then expect to have a conversation, an actual discourse. That's the differences. And despite the fact that world exists, doesn't necessarily mean that we have to continue to say, oh, it's acceptable. That's my point. So if we just sit there and throw our hands up and say, oh, well, that's just the way it is, okay, well, who cares? But there are those of us that want to say, no, that's not all right. It's not all right.
if you want to criticize a player, though, like, that is your
prerogative.
That's
a different story. Yeah, it's a prerogative. That's a
different
story.
like you can criticize who you want. You can say whoever's crap is crap. If you think that 12% conversion rate isn't good enough, that's fine. I mean, where I will agree with you is in the idea of, particularly with Darwin Núñez. Now, it hasn't been true over the last 2 games, but he might suck at scoring goals, but for the most part this season, he's been better at everything else, right? Like everything that we criticized him for last year in an overall perspective, he has improved except goal scoring, minus the last 2 weeks. The last 2 weeks, I think everything's sort of taken a step back. I know that he had a goal and an assist, but I will agree with you in the sense that why does it have to be we talk about Darwin not being able to score every week? I'm like, the dude only had one chance this game. Like, why can't we talk about the pass that he had?
Yeah. We just won a game. We'll be games. There'll be instances. And I just realized that we have a lot of people in on this panel. So I'm gonna make sure that everyone gets an opportunity to at least say hello.
I gotta head out in a minute anyway.
Yeah. But it's just interesting because, you get into these forums and we try to have a conversation where it might be, let's talk about the game or let's talk about this, and yet the first thing out of everyone's mouth is some type of negative towards individual players. Darwin's been certainly the more, frequent topic, that the frequent target, I should say. But I mean, hey, there was a moment when this guy on my shoulder here, over my shoulder here, was the target when he wasn't scoring and when he was absent and it had been like technically even with his injuries and the like, it had been over a year since he had scored and everything else, something like that. There had been times when Cody was a target. There had been times when Gravenberch was a target. There's been times when Curtis Jones has been a target. There's been times when, as you just did just recently, there's been times when Salah was a target. There's been times now that Robbo is a target.
That was just for one game, man.
Okay, all right. I'll clarify that. It was for that one game. It was for that one game. I will clarify.
It was just Fulham. It was just Fulham.
I got you. Just for that clarification. But but it is a recurring trend amongst us that it's a scapegoat FC. So it's that term. It's a term that reason why I made that up is because that's what our fan base tends to start to gravitate towards scapegoat FC, and we can't even enjoy the good times. We can't even enjoy the fact that we've won. We're freaking we're 20 out of 24 games, and like that we've been unbeaten in. Yet, like, if you were to hear the fan base, we lost last year because of Darwin, or we're going to lose this year because of Darwin, or we did this because of this player, or we came up short because of that player. Last time I looked, there's 11 players on the pitch, not just one. So it's like interesting that we tend to choose to like fixate on certain players and not really progress the discourse. And I'll let Mike say something. Also, I wanted to bring in Chris, and I saw that John's a part of this conversation.
Yeah, Revnat's been here for a while now, Chris too. So, and also Mike, I just want to say, definitely, man, nice one.
If I appreciate you even coming in and
absolutely brilliant.
And having
100%, Mike.
Oh yeah, I gotta head out here, but again, just to reiterate, it's just different perspectives on the game, and to the point that you just made, yes, there are people who will start the stream and they'll say, okay, we won, but oh my God, how did you miss 2 sitters? You know what I mean? But I think that I'm not gonna hold it against anyone who wants to demand more when they can see the potential for more, right? When they feel like there can be more given, you can criticize that. But if we go out there and we win 6-0, and you're going to sit there and you're going to say, but he missed 2 sitters, then I'll say, okay, you're overdoing it a little bit. Like you're leaning more on the edge of agenda, which ultimately is a common theme here on this platform, agenda-based analysis, which is fine. Again, don't hate the player, hate the game, and that's an aspect of the game that I do hate, because there are times where it's like, I don't want to sit here and talk about players. I want to sit here and talk about, why were we pressing in this certain way? Why were we doing this? Why were we doing that? Why did we react to this way? And I also think that there are times where players get the stick for something that isn't even their fault. Like if a defender has a bad game, you don't sit there and ask yourself, well, what's the reason why that person had a bad game? Was it because the midfield couldn't control the game and all of a sudden they were overrun and that made him look terrible, i.e. Konate against Arsenal last season when we lost 3-1. Like him getting sent off had nothing to do with him. It had to do with the fact that they were playing as a back three and he was having to defend Martinelli and Havertz at the same time, right? But people don't look at it that way. They want to be agenda-based. But anyway, I've been taking up a lot of the mic here, and I know that this is your guys' platform, and I appreciate you letting me coming on. And big up. And again, it's just a difference in footballing opinion. It's no personal connotation to anybody here. It's no personal insults. It's just ball, at least from me.
Yeah, I get you. I just say if just keep in mind though that we go on. Those of us that go on other panels or we get the opportunity to be on the bigger platforms and the bigger in the bigger lights with the higher spotlights. Just remember that we represent us as Mighty Reds. That's all. That's my perspective. I think we represent us as Mighty Reds. So like us together, if we seem like a unified, front, then we are stronger together. That's how I see it. So, we might want to make it bigger than us, but unfortunately, that's also a responsibility that we do take on.
I hear you.
So,
but
I appreciate the fact that you came on. And I hope you join again.
Yeah, I'll talk about. I mean, I'll talk with anyone.
I have those clips, brother. So if you want to come back, I have the clips ready. So
hey, listen. Our opinions, our opinions may disagree, but I will back mine vehemently.
Okay.
But yeah, anyway, big up, boys. Take care.
Yeah, definitely.
Up the Reds tomorrow. We're gonna smash.
Yeah, happy Christmas, man. Merry Christmas. Have a good Christmas.
Definitely. All right. We have also Chris and Revenite that have been waiting patiently. And
look at us with people waiting in the background.
I know.
We got a lineup for tomorrow's game, man.
Yeah, I know. This went from being a preview to just a view.
Full strength team, you know what I mean?
Yeah, preview to just the view.
Goal. But I've read the Red Rebellion, bro. I like your comments, bro.
Yeah.
Red Rebellion TV. Yeah, subscribe.
Yeah, stop it, Dart. Stop it. Anyways, Chris, Revenite, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Oh, pick up. Let me bring you in there. Since people that the bigger we get, if you use your camera, you get a bigger window.
People get to see my ugly face.
There you go.
Long time no see, man.
Yeah, Revenite and Chris Angel on a show.
I know, too. Yeah, well,
what are the chances of this?
The dark side. We had a bit of the dark side already. So the dark side was calling, and our presence in the dark side.
I had to come on because someone was calling me out in the chat, man. I was in retirement, enjoying my Saturday.
You were wondering where you've been.
You don't retire, homie. You don't retire. You're here for the smoke, yeah?
You did.
All I can say is you look nice and tanned and relaxed.
You ditched me yesterday, Angel. So
whatever you're doing.
I got the new job now, so I'm just working, sleeping, man.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Well, I know that there was something that did trigger you a little bit when you heard that the Lucho comment. I think that you heard.
I'm not. This is kind of crazy for me to say, saying people don't know I'm Colombian. And I've watched them grow from a footballer, from a skinny, anorexic kid that he was.
Yeah.
I don't rate him for Liverpool. He's exceptional for Colombia. Like, if people take the time to watch international football, and it's a weird thing for Colombian players. I think it is a Colombian thing. You look at certain players that are average for their club teams, but when they put on that yellow jersey, it's like world class. You have that with Luis Diaz, you have that with James Rodriguez, you have that with Davinson Sanchez. They used to play for Tottenham. People will say he was crap. He's exceptional for the national team. So I don't know. It's kind of like a love-hate relationship I have with Luis Diaz now. To call him human feces now, that's going too far for me. That's just for me though. But I think
that's an exact quote, by the way, too.
Yeah. So for me, like, people know my background. Some people don't. I served a couple of years in the military, so like talking like that, like shit, cursing, it just comes natural when you're talking shop. So it's normal. I think for certain people, they can't really take that type of language, so they'll go into the whole red flag thing. Oh no, that's not right to say. But for some people, it's just natural to say. But yeah, I don't. Why was he called human feces? Like, what game was it that was given?
It doesn't. I don't remember the particular game that it was, but Hassam. It's just that's just one of the many times Hassam has been outright disrespectful for Lucho. How he's been outright disrespectful of a lot of players.
You know what I noticed about big up Hussam and stuff, because long story short, like Hussam, I think I've watched him a couple of times, but he's like he's big in this YouTube universe and stuff. Like, so he has pull. Like, I think I first recognized him in the Football Terrorist. I think if people don't know, they know. But he's grown big.
He is.
He's big. Like, you got to give credit where it's due.
He's not as relevant as
yeah. But how can you give credit where it's due, bro? Because at the end of the day, it's like you can get to the top, no problem. It's how you get there. For me,
but you gotta respect.
Bro, we can all do that. 12 man can do that. For me, 12 man can do that, bro. And 12 man keeps it sweet. He keeps it nice. You know why? Because the whole world's sort of like that, cocky, aggressive. We need something different.
But that's just the way the world works. Game is game, whether we like it or not, right? And I'll use an example, right? I'll use an example that people might not agree with. Chelsea Todd Bowley. He found a loophole that was never exploited, and he exploited it. Was he wrong for exploiting the way contracts work, the way of buying players work? No. For some people, yes. It wasn't illegal until they changed the rules and made it illegal. So the way you go to the top is the way you go to the top. It is what it is. For some people, they gravitate towards the negativity. Everyone knows me. I'm a very negative person. I love that shit. I need that. I need that in my life and stuff to fuel me in the morning. You know.
What's CNN then? What's CNN?
No, but but what I've noticed about Hussam, right? Since we're talking about Hussam, I think the only player he doesn't talk bad about is Mo Salah. I think he's a really
he is
Mo Salah fan. Like he's like his protector. Like it's Mo Salah or against the world type thing or whatever.
You could say that I can go. I think it might be bold enough to say that his defense and his defense of Mo Salah would be some people's maybe surprise of your non-defense of Lucho.
Yeah.
And that's why it's unique.
Are we? But I kind of want to ask, because I didn't started watching the show from like the beginning, so I don't know how.
Yeah, I'm the same, Angel. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how Hussam brought up, but are we talking about or are we questioning people's opinions or how people express themselves? Like, because everyone expresses themselves differently, right or wrong. So are we like criticizing or are we questioning? I just want to know how we got here and stuff. I kind of felt in a way we were kind of like targeting the brother that was just on and stuff in a way based on his opinion. That's just how I saw it and stuff. I can be wrong.
No, so you did see it wrong. So what it was is that the context behind it was we were engaging, because I've engaged with Mike a couple of times before, and we had no issues with name calling or this or that. But but it was over the case of Mike was getting involved with another participant in that on that stream and I guess they've got history. I don't know what their history is, but because I also had engaged on a separate situation, he kind of lumped me in to the attack, I guess you could say, by name dropping a name call on myself. Like I was addressing something about a different opinion on what he said on players. I agree on that part and point, but it had gotten to the point where he then went as far as to say, 12 is. He said something positive, but then had a little bit of a backhand slap. He's a top. Yeah, he's a top red.
Oh, he pretty much did like. There's a saying.
I actually have the clip. Actually, then that's the thing about it. I keep receipts on everyone. So, but like, there's the history of it was like he said, yeah, he's a top red, and that I'm delusional, and that I'm this and that. And there's like parts and points where like we're gonna have a discussing conversation. That's one thing, but even Staffy, who was the part whose channel it was, made a point of saying you can't necessarily verbally attack people that have. One, I just given a super chat, but to go as far as to verbally attack someone because they have a differing opinion than you, but to verbally personally attack that person is not the right choice to do per se. But that's the reason why I gave him the opportunity to verbalize and say what thing is. You can have an opinion about a player and the likes, but originally a lot of what we got and the way that we got onto this little path is because this is supposed to be a preview. But I mean, the reason why we got onto this road that we're on is because earlier in the program, there was an individual that was a part of this stream. I actually even warned the guys because I said, I was on the Beijing Reds TV on your channel, and I said there were some people that had taken some issue with my opinion on Darwin, and I said they might bring that visceral attitude to today's show, and I wasn't let down in that the first comment out of an individual's introduction to the chat, to the forum, to the channel in general, a name that none of us have ever even seen on this channel. The first thing out of his mouth is Darwin's crap. Someone's like Sabasalai is crap. He plays like trash. Not a hey, hello, how's everyone doing? Not hey, good to be a part, good to see everyone in the Reds community, or not hey, not even an opportunity for us to say hey, welcome to the channel. Like as in, if I went to your channel or I went to a forum and the only thing I did was bring some type of negative, hateful statement from the very jump, where do you think that conversation is going to go from there? You're already showing your characteristics. You're already showing me, not you. You're a Sith. But I mean, like, but that where are you going to go with it? And that's why we're here where we're at. Then it was kind of funny because literally right like a moment later, that's when Mike Doss joined the conversation, and it was just like. It was like, yeah, we're trying to, we're flying high in a liver bird, and then all of a sudden we got into some turbulence. So that's
okay. Yeah. So the guy gave you a guy pretty much gave you a compliment, but he gave you the butt after.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know what? Yeah.
No, he did this real quick. He goes, and I'll let you go, JK. He did this. He did the, when you watch like a mobster movie, no disrespect, but. That one, like no disrespect, but whatever you say afterwards can be mad.
Something I learned when I was in the service, my sergeant, anything after but is bullshit.
Yeah.
So
you gotta understand where this is coming from. It's coming from the butt.
I respect your opinion, and I know that you think that, but stop talking after but. Because you've lost me after, but yeah, the rest is gonna be you're a dickhead. Yeah, I don't agree with what you're saying. Yeah, Rev, I just want to say hello to Rev. Yes. I've been in. I missed you. I haven't seen you in ages.
Cheers, Rev.
Yeah, nice one, man.
I wanted to say I agree with 12 and I agree with Angel in this way, because I think we can have different opinions. I think people can be negative, but I don't think it's necessary to go like personally after somebody or to get triggered to the extent where you go after somebody, like you attack someone in the chat like that. And for me, I consider myself to have a hypercritical way of looking at football, and I think maybe in life a little bit as well. But I don't think I ever get triggered to the point where I could feel like just because someone has a different opinion, I'm going to go and, find them out in the chat and go after them. Or, I think I think I've got the control enough that if I don't agree with something, I'll just, switch over. Or if not, maybe I'll hear them out. It depends on the show. I'll hear them out. But I think it's, I just don't think it needs to get nasty, to be honest. And I think that it's crazy that I think I'm hypercritical a lot of the time after the game or in chats, but when I'm actually watching the game, I want all the players to do well. It's just that through the course of the game, sometimes, you'll see something that you don't like and you get annoyed with it at the time, but you still want the players to overcome it in the game. But I think the problem comes when you hate the player so much that it doesn't matter. Like, if they score, it's kind of like you enjoy it through gritted teeth. And I don't think I have that in me. As much as I am negative, I still want my team to win, right? So even if players I don't rate score, like the other day where people are laughing because I gave Sobersline 9 out of 10, even though I don't rate that guy at all. But I was pleased to see that he did well. And that's just in my opinion how it can be. Like, we can't go over the top, in my opinion.
And you will be open enough to say that not only exists, but that is a very growing measure of how people engage in a lot of conversations. Would you not agree with that?
No, I agree. I agree as well. Yeah, I think it's important to have that type of conversation. To be honest, it's important to have that. It's important to have that other side, because sometimes it's uncomfortable to hear the other side, because I think as human beings we don't want to be wrong, right? So we enjoy being right, but sometimes.
I just mean like as in I do find it funny sometimes that there are people that would, for instance, I remember, and predictions are just that, as in, you talked about the buts, there's a reason why there's a certain word in predictions. It can make you look like one, right? So like, you don't know. So you might say a statement, you might see, you're going to be wrong about things, but I made a prediction, or I was made a prediction that we would get top 4 possibly because of if we won these games or that game. So our performances, blah, 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 blah. Broke it down in spreadsheets, all the whole 9, and we ended up coming.
Sounds like you.
Yeah. He came up like 3 points shy of getting of the number, I think, or something like that. I think I said 72, and I think we got 69 points or something, or something along those lines, right? But there were people out there that would sooner want me to be wrong, not recognizing that me being right means that we get top 4 and we would be in Champions League and we'd be able to do at least make something out of a season that we weren't contending for the title, but at least let's aim at getting into Champions League, right? And yet there are people out there that sometimes whether it's, targeting me or maybe even targeting certain players, they rather almost see the player fail to prove their point right rather than see the player do well, because as you say, seeing them do well, they might even say something through gritted teeth because they hate the player. They're so involved in doubling down on their contempt for the fact that they've already drawn that line in the sand and put it out there that they don't believe in this player. Now, if this player does well, it'll make them look like they were stupid or wrong. And that is a driving force in them to say, oh, I hope Darwin Núñez does poorly. Or, oh, I hope Curtis Jones fails, or doesn't get a goal. Or, oh, man, I can't believe, Cody just scored. Because now that makes me look bad because I said earlier on an earlier stream that this guy is trash or this guy's this. Like, that drives us more than having honest conversations, and that's not cool.
No, you're right. So if that type of pettiness is not helpful, it's not it's not good at all, because then you've already lost sight of what's good for the team, and you're thinking about how you look online, which isn't what this is supposed to be about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's supposed to be about, you're supposed to, if you love the club, you won't care about being proved wrong about anything, because obviously, like you said, predictions, it's very shaky because we have no information about what's going on behind the scenes. So we can judge on prior history and all that, but something else could happen that proves us wrong. So we don't have all the information. But in the end of the day, there are probably a lot of people like that are more worried about making themselves look bad than actually wanting us to do well. I think there are some of them out there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They're in the chat though. For me, mainly, I think the content creators are actually out there they're doing 2 videos a day. It's like, no one's going to remember what I said on Wednesday. It's fucking Friday. There's a game tomorrow. Like, it's the people in the chat that are making the big statements that they are backing themselves up. Oh, I said this 2 weeks ago, and Johnny fucking whatever his name keeps reminding me I said it. But the people that are actually making these videos, they're making 10,000 statements a day. Yeah, they can say something on Wednesday, say something completely different on Friday. There might be 3 people in chat going, did you not say this the other day? Nah, fuck it, forget it, move on. That's how fast this shit moves, man.
True.
That's how, people don't care. There's a game tomorrow. But didn't you say this yesterday? Yeah, look, it's another day. There's new info or whatever. There's new perspective. So you can say anything all day, and then you can just change your mind. And that's the one thing I've learned on YouTube is people have the shortest fucking memories. They really do. They don't remember what people said 2 days ago. They just don't.
We can't forget though that this is not only on the negative side, because there are positive people that won't let the negative people that were critical back in. They'll be like, you didn't like
the coin,
man.
Yeah.
You didn't like this player, so you weren't allowed to like him now. You are
No, but that's 12 man with Endo. That's 12 man with Endo.
Yeah.
That's 12 man with Endo.
I told everyone that Endo was going to be a beloved player on this team, simply because of his heart, and I thought that he would be able to prove some point of professionalism, some point of reference of why we, despite not having the, world talents and this and that of being able to, be the, a Stevie G or something like that style, like talented player, you can still contribute to this team. I think that I believe in attributing contributions as opposed to despite not being perfect, because no person's perfect, but despite not being perfect, just contribute, be a positive, be some type of a positive on the game, as opposed to having your plus minus be more so plus than it is negative. If that's the case, then chances are we will be able to overcome or succeed at whatever we're trying to do. So
I think
there are parts and points of that, though. That's the reference I would say. Go ahead, Rev Knight.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Endo's one of those players that is that many things about him can be right at the same time. He can be not good enough for us in the future. He can not be good enough as a starter, but we can still use him while we have him, and we can still want better. But we still need to use him while we have him, because we didn't sell him, and we have him now, and he can be useful. We can use him.
That's the whole thing about it's I get what you're saying. I just think of it as I don't know. There's a term I would use, but guys, if you had a car, if you had I don't know, whatever, a basic style car, but yet but you want, I don't know,
exactly.
a Lambo Jeep, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But as in, that car is getting you from point A to point B. That car is getting you to your job. That car is getting you to, get groceries and do the jobs, and it's doing the best it can and the likes it can. And sometimes the only time you really get to appreciate it is when it's not there. Because if you didn't have a car, all of a sudden you're waiting at the bus stop, and still talking about that Lambo Jeep, like that's where the difference is sometimes with a lot of what we see. Like there are parts and points of a team that they might not be the best player in the world at their position. You might even want a better player for that position, but yet that player is putting in work. That player is putting in contributions that help get this team over the line. He might even be doing things. And this is one of the biggest things I said about Endo too, by the way. When Endo came to this team, I was saying that Endo quite possibly might allow for Maka to do things that we will all appreciate even more so, as in bring out parts of his game that he doesn't have to defensively be so dialed in and utilizing the recoveries and the likes because of a player doing that work. That how often did we talk about Henderson, doing the grunt work for, in the sense of like doing that lunch pail work for Trent to be able to go forward and get and go and do the marvelous things that Trent's able to do. Those people like them, like Hendos, like your Ginnies, like they don't always get the recognition they properly deserve because they've allowed for that other player to surely shine. And if that means like doing that, I appreciate those things more so than not, rather than complain about that person being there. I'd rather say, while you're here, I appreciate you. Keep doing what you do. If we end up getting a player that's better than you, guess what? I'm going to support them the same way I support you because you're a Red.
That's too positive for me.
Too positive. Too positive. Yeah. I know. There you go. There's like
Jesus Christ.
I know. Too positive.
Yeah. Chris, I will come. Chris, I will come to your aid. Chris,
there you go.
Chris, I will come to your aid here. Right?
Thank you, Captain.
Wataru Endo, right? You're saying about him allowing other players to do things, right? I am 100% devil's advocate here, by the way, right? Mm-hmm. In the Premier League appearances, right, this year, 6, okay, 0% in the starting 11. He's played 1% of the minutes. So that's his contribution in the Premier League, 0%. Starting 11, 1% of minutes played, right? Mm-hmm. 6 appearances, right? Okay, so Champions League.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Champions League, 2 appearances.
Right.
0% in the starting 11, 0% of the minutes.
I have a rebuttal.
No, I'm just going to throw it out there.
I like you playing devil's advocate. I have a rebuttal.
Yeah, so EFL Cup.
I have an Angel rebuttal.
Okay. EFL Cup.
Chris Angel.
Yeah, EFL Cup, right? EFL Cup. 100% starting 11. Mm-hmm. 87% of the minutes. Mm-hmm. So he plays 100% in the starting 11, 87% in the League Cup,
right?
0% starting 11 in the Premier League. So I don't know how he's unlocking Mac. I just think he's a guy that comes on.
You know how he is,
Brian? Good job.
Brian, you know how he is? Because Mac doesn't have to play 100% of the time Premier League and League Cup. Because of that, minutes.
Because well, if you're saying,
because of those things, you are allowing those players to get the proper rest. Because of those things, unlike some people, I do want to win the League Cup. I want to win the FA Cup. I want to win the Champions League.
Wait, who doesn't want to win that? Who doesn't want to win that?
Well, there are people that don't care about those cups. There are people that don't.
Yeah, those people baffle me, 12. Yeah.
Get out of here.
But those things do matter to me. So if we're going to be in the pursuit of silverware, you have to have role players, you have to have squad players, you have to have people that provide you the ability to rest players,
Yeah, but in the league, Endo isn't
in the league, he might not necessarily. This year, yes. Last year, 0%. No. Last year, he
I thought we were
wasn't.
talking about this. Oh, no,
Yeah, but last year
I'm
he wasn't
backing away.
starting.
I'm backing away. I was just coming in with some stats.
But
to help out. I was just coming in with some stats to help out Chris.
Yeah, I'm gonna tag myself in now, and what is it? I'm gonna come in on that analogy that you said, because that's like you saying that the Endo is this like basic car, that we've used them enough, but that's like a millionaire passing the car shop every day, and he's got a lot of spare money, but he's like, I'm gonna keep this car because I'm looking at other parts, and maybe this one's a bit shaky here, but he keeps that around for some reason, because I don't know, maybe he's scared of seeing the numbers in the accounts fall down a bit too low, so he just keeps the basic things around. And we could upgrade Endo to a slightly higher level of a midfielder, and then like Brighton said, you would get the 100% in the cups, but you would get 30% in the league. You would get a bit of a higher number in the league as well, so you could help out, because for me, it doesn't seem like Slot trusts him to the extent to use him in the league. And I think we could have used a player to plug in there every now and again, but I just don't think he does. I think he trusts him enough for the cups.
I don't know. I look. I'll say it like this. There was a moment in time when I actually thought about buying a Maserati. Okay, and
damn,
I remember that all my friend owns a dealership. That's the only reason why. But like, but yeah,
also,
no, not a new
also,
Maserati, by the way, not a new Maserati. I use Maserati. All right, but anyway, I remember I took a
Maserati's Maserati.
Oh, they're
man.
beautiful cars, absolutely beautiful cars.
Oh,
but the part and point of why, when my friend who would have made a good $1 off of the purchase still said to me, "This isn't the car for you," and I go, "What do you mean? It's a Maserati. I mean, I love how I look in this and every, and it's a great car, it's a high performance car, yeah, but you don't drive a Maserati to the supermarket." You don't drive a Maserati to back and forth through work. You just don't. But it's the same reasons why.
Don't tell me he got you into a Yaris. Did he get you into a Yaris? After he got you from the Maserati, yeah, he's like, no, you don't need that 200 here. What you need is this 500k Yaris. Get it to the shops.
You need this price. That's what you need.
Yeah, get it to the shops. That's all you need. You live in Scottsdale.
I'm not flexing. I'm only bringing up the part and point of why I'm saying why it was a personal engagement of to humble me, and that's what the thing is. It was a thing of like a humbling of, yeah, you might want the big name car, or you might want the big name signing for this player, but it's why I go. There's only 90 minutes in the game. There's only so much time that you can play. As in you telling someone that thinks they should be a starter, that thinks they should play all, like you telling Mohamed Salah that you're only going to play half the season, or I'm going to start subbing you out in every game, similar to what you're seeing with Trent. It's a difficult conversation to have with those kinds of players. And ultimately it's not a realistic one, because a lot of the times you're not going to sub those players out of those games. You're not going to be able to get the kind of like rotation that you ideally would want. But realistically, why I brought up the Maserati thing is because I ended up not getting that car. And it was a blessing to me, because I do drive my car to everything, whether it's whether it's doing errands or whether it's going to a show or something, and that particular car wasn't going to fit. It's not that car. If you have that kind of money, chances are, guess what? You have a work car and your Maserati. I'm not in that position. That's why it's not a flex. Okay.
12. You went straight to Maserati. I never said a Maserati. I said a slightly better. No, I said a slightly better midfielder, somewhere in the middle. I don't know cars, so
But I got you. I got you. But then how low on the totem pole? How low on the totem pole do you rate? Do you rate Endo then? Because if there's something I think that Endo is certainly in the middle. It certainly, if not above average or above the middle, if you're going like top of the echelon players in his position to the bottom of the echelon players in his position. I think that he's certainly in that middle tier, if not upper middle tier.
That's your opinion, 12.
Okay, that's my opinion. Can I help? Can I help out? I only wish I got a Maybach. I'm
gonna help out. Sorry, Chris. I'm gonna help Revenant out here. Basically, what's happened is, right, your dad has given you a 33-year-old Toyota. That thing is bulletproof. That thing will never let you down.
There you go.
Exactly. That thing is the most reliable car you will ever drive in your life. It won't break. So everything works on that. It's 33 years old, but you are going to need to upgrade it, Sam. Right now, that thing is drive it from California to New York. Change the oil, change the water.
Right.
Never going to let you down. Never going to let you down because it's Toyota Carina. But in 2 years' time, you're going to need a new car. That's what Endo is. That is what Endo is. In 2 years' time, you're not going to be driving that. You will need. It's got 300,000 miles on the clock, whatever. It will not let you down. It won't break down, but you will need to upgrade soon.
Soon, eventually, yeah.
But right now, it ain't letting you down. That's what Endo is. To me, that's what Endo is.
And I'm saying, guess what? The same way your dad appreciated that car, show some gratitude and appreciation for that car too. For it's not going to be the last car you get to drive.
Well, he's Endo. He's not James Milner,
and it does.
He's not James Milner though. Like that's Milner.
Endo is a Maybach.
Endo hasn't won his Champions League yet. Milner is the original Endo. Yeah. Come on, play left back, right back, center midfield, yada yada yada.
Yeah, Endo was one of our best players. Endo was one of our best players.
But I mean, if we're talking about
you talked about last year, that League Cup, he was a very influential player in that.
I'm just talking about the Milner versus Endo. Okay, if you want to go to bat for Endo, okay, cool. But
Milner was getting slacked, was getting the same shade as well. Yeah. Milner was getting definitely the same shade as well as Endo, if not more so. But yet, I will agree. I will point out this though. Klopp believed in Milner and appreciated Milner to the point where he played him in possibly more than we actually wanted to see him get played in games.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. For me, when you said Endo, you said he was above average. So what is that like? Is that a 6 for you? Is that what? Because for me, he's a 4. For me, on the scale of 1 to 10, he's a 4 or 5, and I want to play at 6 or 7. So, and I think that little bit could really help us in some of these games. Like that might be the difference. Might be that's what makes Slot put him into a lot more Premier League games than we're seeing Endo being put in. So, and I think that in our squad, there's a lot of players that gap is there that we could like improve that gap by a few points in a few positions, and that could mean more trophies at the end of the season, or it could mean higher finishes or whatever you want to.
But you're saying that, but at the same time, and Nolante, go ahead. You haven't spoken in a while.
Yeah, that's fine. No, just to counter that, Rev. At the end of the day, right? Okay. Look at this guy, Mr. Angel, stretching. What? You tired already, man? Ready for the comeback, Chris? We will speak. We need to speak. We'll speak offline. But what I would say to that, Rev, is the fact that with Endo, basically when we first signed him, I was disappointed because there was about 2, 3, 4 midfielders we could have get. Like most of the fan base. Only 12, and in the panel with JK, they were like, yo, he'll do well, and I was like, nah, that's not it. We need someone better. The Casido thing was overhyped, and it was just poor management again. You're putting your eggs into someone who's already agreed a fee for Chelsea. Then you want to get the leftovers, and the leftovers are saying, nah, man, bun you lot, which I get, but there's others we could have got. But to be fair to Endo, he came in last season and he did the job. I can't lie. He did the job. No one can dispute that. I didn't want him, but he did what he did. He done the job, and I can't complain. Now, for this season, what I don't like Slot is doing is just like not using him, because what's the point? Because Brav and Mac they need rest at some point. We can't go through the whole season with them playing every minute. And Endo, Red saying about the ball retention, forget about the ball retention and what he does. Look at the game against Southampton. He does what he does. We need someone like that. So you need to either rest him or sell him in January and get who you want to get, because if the transfer window closes on the 1st of February next year, and he's still there, you better utilize him. Otherwise, we ain't winning jack. That's all I have to say.
But that's what I'm saying, Elante. I'm saying that needs to be done. But like I think 12 said this before on other subjects, but we are not seeing what Slot's seeing, right? So maybe he's seeing something in training that he doesn't like.
Maybe, but
he might not be. It might not be the same play as last year. Maybe Klopp got the original Endo, and now.
But nah, I get what you're saying, Rev. Maybe this stop we're not on the privilege, but I'm sorry, I can't believe that. I mean, he played well against Southampton. I mean, he's not like some bum out here. You know what I mean?
Never said he was a bum. Never said he was a bum.
I didn't say you said he's a bum, Rev. I'm just saying that's just a figure of speech.
Okay.
What I said is like I'm saying as a figure of speech. He's not like a bum player. He's not like some dead player. What I'm saying is he's there to be utilized to the best of his abilities, and every time he's come in, he's done his job. And what can you do? So if Slot wants to do that, that's up to him. But what I'm saying is, if he's there and if Slot is not utilizing him, then we ain't winning the league. Then what's the point?
No, but all right. So I'm gonna need 12 man's help on this one because I'm not really a tactics person.
Okay.
But there is limitations.
Don't be intimidated that Endo is listening and he's walking into the conversation.
No, but there clearly is limitations to his game.
Yeah.
Right? Yes. That his go-to is I'm assuming his go-to is Gravenberch and McAllister in a double pivot, right?
Yes.
So there's something about those two that Slav likes, what he offers the team. And that's his go-to.
Right. Yeah.
Something that Endo doesn't have. Because I'm pretty sure if Endo had the same physicality, the same speed or IQ, whatever it is that those two have, Endo would be playing more games, though, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. But because he doesn't have what I'm assuming Gravenberch and McAllister have, that's why he's playing. He doesn't play that much games in the Prem.
But that's the reason why I don't push. A real quick pushback I would have on that is that I know Rev asked me how I rate or where I rate Endo.
Okay.
But where I could tell you that I rated Grav very highly, you know. Even before he kicked the ball for us, I rated him highly, you know. And we're finally seeing Gravenberch be utilized in a role that we didn't get to see him be utilized for Klopp. Okay, because guess what? This player that you just spoke on started more games than Gravenberch started last year. Okay, so like. That's not saying that Endo is a better player than Gravenberch is.
Yeah, we know. We know he's not. We know.
That's why. So I get that he might not be playing. He might be getting the minutes and the playing time, but this is a different system that he's playing in. So he is playing in a different format, as opposed to having 2 8s. He's now in a pivot. Okay. And what I will also say is that when it comes to Endo, I unfortunately think that Slot appreciates Endo more than people think. He's the reason why it's funny, because I think this coach hears the critics and hears what people are saying in not only in the journals, but even in sometimes our little social media worlds, because he's come out this talk about Endo. He's come out this talk about the fact that he's a professional, and that despite the fact that he's not getting playing time, he's going to be prepared for when he does get the playing time. And it might not be tomorrow, it might not be next week, it might not be next month, but the sheer fact is he's going to be professional enough to, when he does go out there, he's not going to take for granted the opportunity. He did so in that last match where he got the start. Brian's brought up the fact that he plays quite a bit of the quite a bit of the time for us in the League Cup. You know, we were fortunate last year that we had a case where I wish Klopp had played a little even more so better. But we are fortunate to be in Europa that provided us to play our youth academy players and the likes more so than not. You know, we had to play them. Some of them we had to play because of injuries, but more so than not, it was because we were playing in Europa. Now, if we were playing Champions League, would we have seen all the players that we saw? Probably not. But the same with this year. We're not in Europa, we're in Champions League. So you're not going to get to see the opportunities that we were afforded last year with Endo. And that time, that good rotational base that we utilized last year isn't going to be provided to us this year. And players might have to get somewhat slightly overused. But when you brought up Maka and you brought up Grab, Maka's someone that I've gone out to say that I think is a world-class midfielder, you know, or certainly on the verge. He's on the cusp, if not in the argument of being one. Okay, in my personal opinion, when it comes to Grab, I think Grab is possibly the best midfielder this season in the Premier League. There's been people that say elsewise. There's been people that think other. I think that he has been. So you've now just tried to compare him to someone that I think is basically world class, someone that I think is possibly having the best season of any midfielder in the league. Do I think that he should get time over those players? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And those players and because those players are at the levels and playing at the levels that they are, I think that they become essential players. So therefore, you have to have, it's almost to the point where why we haven't seen, where we are seeing Grav get playing time like he's Virgil van Dijk. Like, that's wild. But that's how important those players are. And I get, you know, I'm not putting into the, I'm not even going to say, but I think Rev might be trying to put into the universe. Please do not put that in there. I get that things can happen. But for right now, I am saying that he is also a good player to have because he will have no complaints in the locker room. He won't be disruptive in the locker room with his playing time. You give him what he does. Where you need to play center back? Yes, sir. You need to play midfield? Yes, sir. You need me to play right back? Yes, sir. Does not matter. There are players that are disruptions and are problems, have egos. This guy is not one of them. And that's why I value Endo. Because you need players like that on a team to make it a team, in my humble opinion.
Just to respond, Chris. I know you were saying about Endo and about his IQ and what's sort of needs, and he doesn't fight for the team. I definitely get that. I do understand that. Mm-hmm. And the fact is, we know Grav and Mac are better players. That's fine. But at the same time, Endo does little things a bit more. He's more of a DM than both of them. So there's little things he does well. So in terms of playing the two, he can combat. It'll be a nice pair with either Mac and Grav to use, and then one of them, Grav and Mac, because at times in our midfield, I know you've seen like certain instances in our midfield we get bypassed. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And as great as Grav has been, like obviously he's still learning the role. He's not an actual DEM. So if it's Endo, whoever, we need someone who can hold that midfield sit, because sometimes we get bypassed attacking, and you know, and one of these days we're going to get punished. So if Endo can do that, complement it, then you know, albeit, you know what I mean?
Mm. Yeah, but the thing is, it's like I agree with what 12 said about he can go anywhere, he'll do what you want, but I don't know if this is selfish for me, but I just want a six that isn't as big a drop off, and that's it. I don't mind. What's the word? He can do all that, but I'm selfishly, I just want the six. Like, if he can't do the rest of the stuff, well, you know, I'll think about that later. I just want the six. We haven't had a proper six for a long time. And, you know, the drop off when we put Endo there, I don't rate him as highly. So for me, it's a too big a drop off. So I would just want a new player there if possible. But that's just my opinion.
Mm. No, that's fair enough, but again, that's down to Slot. That's up to him to fix that, to get the player. Yeah, because if he doesn't, then it's on him really. And all my point is, I get, and in Endo, the bear is just the fact that while he's there, just use him accordingly. That's it. He's proved that he can do the job.
I agree with you, Nancy. If he doesn't get his player, he has to play him. He has to use him because that's just suicide. Because they will get injured. You cannot play these guys.
Yeah.
Game in, game out for the rest of the season. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
But
all right. So, is there any other player that we need to put to the test here? Any other player I need to do my defense league for? I don't know. It is what it is. We can all have opinions. I don't think that the opinions that were said were necessarily wrong.
no.
They just differ. So I definitely appreciate the fact that we were able to do what we just did. We're just sensibly didn't call each other names.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? We didn't try to bring
if you want.
What's that?
We can start if you want.
We can start.
Yeah, we can start calling each other names if you want.
Oh yeah, Saabs are good cars. They were good cars. I don't think they make Saabs anymore.
I haven't heard it for a long time. Yeah, I don't think they do.
I don't think they do. Used to be an air. I think Saab was an aircraft carrier.
No, Saab. Yeah, no, it's Saab. Saab, man.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, my mate's dad had one when I was a teenager. It was a nice car. He used to
very posh. I had a couple of them. Yeah, I've had a couple of Saabs on. They are beautiful. Fucking. Oh,
look at that! So wow! Look at that flex. All right.
No, they're not even. They're like they stopped making them. You can pick them up for like £700-800 for. Yeah, no, they're great cars.
They're good cars. They're reliable. They're definitely good cars too.
Yo, they've got turbos in them. No,
they got turbo. Yeah, they do.
They got built-in turbos because they literally come from an aircraft company, so they knew how to build turbines. Instantly, they knew how to build turbines. That was just what they did. Was they build turbines? Or like, we know how to build turbines, and now we're going to build cars. Can we stick a turbine in it? It's like, yeah, why not? Boom, there you go, man.
There you go.
They are some of the most fun cars ever to drive. Saab 900. Oof.
Before we bounce, we didn't even get score predictions. We didn't get. We got a full crew here. Let's get a fun round of score predictions here.
Okay.
For tomorrow, score prediction.
And a quick team lineup. I will start it off. I will go Ali, Robbo, Virgil, Gomez, Trent, Mac, Grav, Dom, Gakpo, Diaz, Salah, a crazy 4-2, and who knows what's going to happen.
Okay. I thought those were the scorers for a second. I was like, we're going 11-0?
No, there you go. That's it. No. Mo will get 2. Gakpo will get 1, and Mac will get 1. There you go.
Okay.
4-2.
Okay.
Crazy game.
I'm going Alisson, Trent, Gomez, Virgil, Robertson. I'll go McAllister, Gravenberch, Curtis. I'm going Diaz, Darwin, Salah. Let's go with that.
Okay.
And I'm going 3-2 to us.
3-2.
Let's go with that. Yeah.
All right. Who wants to step up next and give their score prediction?
I will go. We're playing Tottenham, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Away.
We just got the score.
I'm going 3-0.
But that's fine.
I hope we exploit that high line of theirs. And then the lineup, I'm gonna go with the same lineup that Brian picked. I like that front three, so yeah, I'm gonna go with the same lineup as Brian.
Okay. Is someone watching like a roller coaster? By the way,
no, that's just basically what Chris Angel has got on in the background. That's just those people who've wronged him. He's got a bit of a thing.
Oh, that's his CCTV of
Yeah.
his.
That's his compound of people who fucked with him in the past. Yeah.
Yeah, I got him locked up in the dungeon and stuff.
You know, it does literally sound like there's people like in the background, like, "Way!"
Help! Help!
I
Yeah,
thought they were going through on. It sounds like they're going on a roller coaster or something like that. They're going over.
Yeah, there's
doing
who
the whoop-de-doos or
Sam is
something.
there, and that guy's at the back.
Yeah, Tom. Oh goodness, all the guys, all the good ones. All right, Rev, what's
All
your
right.
score prediction?
I'll go 4-1 to us. Yeah, I'll go. I'll go 1 Gakpo, 2 Mo, 1 Harvey, and then I'll go Son for them, as he always scores against us. So
he does have a tendency to find the back of the net against us.
Line up same as Brian. Besides, I'll put Jones to start, but I don't know if that's just my Soboslai agenda, but I'll keep it.
Lee,
We're winning.
There you go. Lee, what's your score and score prediction?
I'm gonna go goal crazy and predict a 5-3 to us. 5-3 away win.
8 goals.
This features 2 goals per Jota. Features a goal each for Salah, Gakpo, and Jones.
Oh,
okay.
Not naming their scorers though.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
Well done. I am going. Here, bring this up. I am going 4-2. I'm going 4-2. That's my prediction right there.
I wasn't listening to the 4-2, but then I thought I'd embellish it and enhance it by 1 on each side. Go for a 5-3.
Yeah, I like to go for the clean sheets, but it's tough. It's really tough. I'm gonna go.
Not against those boys. It's going to be a mad one. We all know it's going to be a mad one. Some version of a mad one. It's just how mad.
Yeah, Spurs are the top scorer in the league. So
scoring at their ground, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just
and then
depends
it's
who they got
different.
at the back. Yeah, depends who they got at the back. If the guy from Holland and Argentina are playing.
Now that I think they're out from what I heard.
No, they're both out.
100%
out. Yeah. It's going to be Dragusin and Archie Gray.
Yeah, it's true. They play Thursday as well, Kevin.
Yeah, Paro on the right, Adogi on the left, Archie Gray and Dragusin in the middle. That's what we're looking at. So go and attack it.
He also gets about them too and makes a mess of them with help from others.
Yeah. It's going to attack
it. He'll do it. I don't know whether he'll start or come on as a sub, but I think his return might be enough.
I also am going to go with. I have been predicting. Nolante already got the Gomez shout, I'm sure. Nolante, did you do your score prediction? Did Nolante give? I think Nolante gave a score.
You dropped out, I think.
Yeah.
3-1.
3-1. Okay. You know why I did that?
And obviously, with a goal for Nolante and Mr. Joseph.
Joseph G.
Mate, I'm putting him in for him until he gets that goal.
Every year, just to make sure, No, just current, we're putting it
just
in.
So we get in, get it on record.
Just to make sure,
You know what? I'm going 4-1. 3-2 or 4-1. Take your pick. Because the 4-1 right 4-1. Behind you, Trent. He kept on looking at me. I have to go with that.
Okay. I'm going to go, again, 4-2. I'm going to go, since we're going to do the count of Monty Curtis, we're going to go with Cujo getting a goal. We're going to go with Lucho getting a goal. We're going to go with Diego getting a goal. And to finally break the seal on Spurs, we're going to go with Darwizzi getting a goal for the 4th goal.
Come on.
Well, Kevin is right there with you. He remembers.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Oh, I
that
remember.
one shirt. Yeah.
I remember.
Kevin knows what it's all about. You
We
don't.
need revenge for that game. Yeah.
Yeah, he
I remember
remembers.
them. They
Yeah,
brought
he
their
remembers.
kids onto the pitch. I was like, what happened?
That was embarrassing.
Toby.
Yeah, I'm like, why are there family members being
They
like
put a
brought
party
around?
on for the VAR crew. They put a party on for the VAR crew that day.
This.
And now it's
Oh,
going,
wow.
Carol.
Hey, hold on. We got a late arrival of the
takeover.
doctor in the house. Look at that.
Yeah, we got a
Bless
Bayesian takeover and a doctor in the house. This is unbelievable. Look at him ducking
Bless
and diving, ducking and diving. He's already ready to go.
Yeah.
He's
Come on,
ready to
Pops.
go.
Yeah, Pops has got the energy. Let's go, man.
Let's go. How you doing,
I
Pops?
got your 6, Angel. I got your 6. Let's take it over.
Yeah, I know. I saw Angel.
Yeah,
pop to the left.
sneaking up in the tree line, you know.
Pops is not in cyber. Pops is not in Cybertron today either. Like yesterday.
Yeah, SEAL Team
Nah.
6.
I got you two, Reverend. I got you two, Reverend. Symbolizes. Come on, Symbolizes. 2-0.
So what do you
2-0.
think?
One
What do you-
Spurs. And the most goals scored. Nothing for them tomorrow. 2-0. Let's go.
Oh wow, you have it really like a defensive style 2-0, huh? You have a lot of shots.
Let's do it, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll miss the
Who do you have
usual.
scoring?
We'll miss
Who
the
do you have
usual
scoring?
and scream and shout. Nunes has to score tomorrow. He has to.
Has to. Absolutely has to.
Come on, man.
He will be, bro.
Highline
Okay,
Spurs.
picture.
He has to.
Does he start?
I know.
Does he start, Pops?
No.
I think he'll probably come off the bench. Yeah.
Yeah. I think because he did 90 midweek.
I think
so
Diego. I think
don't
him and
he's gonna
Diego will come off the bench. You know why? Because of what Slot said in the presser about the fact that he brought Nunez in, or excuse me, Nunez in. When he brought Diego in, I said he was playing in that midfield. I think he likes some of the relationship that is growing between Diego and Nunez as well. Do you see that, or do you have other reasons?
I heard that comment. That you made that he said Jota was in the midfield, and I kind of smiled to myself. I said, okay, interesting take. To me, it looked like it was just a 4-2-4. To me, that's what it looked like, which is what we do anyway. So Buzz like transitions to the first press, and it looks like a 4-2-4. So that's what it looked like when Jota was in. So unless he was saying Jota was the 10, arguably, and Nunez was the 9.
I thought he was. Yeah, shadow striker. That's what I thought.
Yeah. Oftentimes, I think the coach is saying things just to, and it's just me. I don't really listen to press conferences for this reason. I think they just say things. Sometimes it's okay. You know what? You've been shitting on this man for too much, so I'm going to say something that makes it sound different.
Yes.
That's just me. That's just
me. So is that why?
Which is why I don't really. I don't plug into press conferences because they listen to a lot. Yeah. If Garnacho is gonna go mad over some fan, and you can hear some of the players saying, "Well, I've seen this or heard that," or Klopp said to Redmen TV, "I watch you," and Genie said, "I watch you," and someone said, "I've seen you." Some of this stuff filters back to them. So sometimes I think it's their response to yeah, you know what? That's kind of again overwhelming. Let's do something on our end to kind of quell that. Plus, it doesn't make sense if you're the coach of a team to say, "Oh, he's shit," which we like to do. "Oh, he's shit." How do you sell him if he's shit? Let's be serious. If he's shit, and you want to sell shit, you have to dress the shit up to be something other than shit. Come on, guys. Pardon my French, bro, but I heard you use the term a lot, and you were upset with people who you've said it. But I guarantee you, if you go to Anfield and you stand in the crowd, you're going to hear people saying, "Oh, he's shit, he's this." Yeah. And as Laszlo says, if we were in the pub, oh my days, your locks would drop out. You'd lose your hair.
The manager
people just say things, though. They just say things. Yeah, but you can't be negative on your players.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was
and they're not yours. And they're not yours. Because you're saying you're not yours. Like Endo, the gum shield Gorgon for me, the man in the background. You can't go out and say, "Yeah, I wish I had a better Toyota because this one keeps breaking down and it's rubbish." No, you say it's reliable, does what it needs, very professional, trains. But you expect that from a 32-year-old man. He's not a boy. He's been around. He's the captain of Japan. To me, that's something that you could have written down without asking a question. No, I had to tell me that the Gumshoe Gordon was a professional. I took it for granted. Plus, culturally, and with all respect due to every other culture, it's one of those things that that lives with them, and you see it in him. All the clips, you can see him just sort of being plugged in and doing things, and you say, you know, that's the guy that you want. Laszlo, you said it. This is the happiest he's ever going to be at a club. This is the biggest moment in his footballing career in club football with us. He's not happy.
Oh, he ain't joining Real Madrid. He's not leaving joining Real
He's
Madrid.
happy. He's not.
Come on,
He's not in the Real Madrid conversation like Trent and Virg and Mo. He's at Liverpool and then he's going down. If he leaves, he's going wherever he goes. It's down somewhere.
I have the clip, but I have it on my phone here, but it won't. It's difficult to hear when I play. Try to play through the microphone. But I'll paraphrase what he says. He goes.
Start with the positive thing. I think it was a week ago where people said, Darwin doesn't get his numbers, and 1 week later he has an assist and a goal.
He said basically Slot. I know I probably didn't come through well, but it's like Slot saying, let's start with the positive things. He goes, I think it was a week ago, people said that Darwin doesn't score goals but he has an assist and a goal. Like, it's obvious that people hear these things. Like, as I keep emphasizing, I get that people don't think that our voices and what we say and do on these spectrums don't have any real relevance, or I should say, but they do. They absolutely do. Let me see if I can make a place here for everyone. But yeah, full house tonight. But yeah,
there you go. Look at you, big 12 man, big panel.
Oh yeah, I know exactly. I got celebrities in the house. I got Dr. Potts. I got Chris Angel in the building. Yeah, and
Viva Colombia.
There you go.
Viva, man.
There you go.
I had to come back on because I saw Pops get on. There's gonna be too much positivity going on, so I have to come on to bring it back down a little bit,
yeah. So yeah. Make a little room here for you guys since you guys have your cameras on, so everyone can see your pretty mugs, right? Yeah. Oh, there you have it. No. It's interesting because he said that he was quick to point out that though. He's like, let me start with the positive. People were saying that Darwin isn't doing this and doing that, basically. And let me shut that down by saying, you know what, he comes out, scores, has a good has a game equalizing assists, and also has a goal the very next game. It's kind of like, yeah, he probably didn't have to say that, but he did. And there's got to be some reason.
I think it helps to say that. Like, if he doesn't say anything, it won't do anything. Like, things will just stay the same. But I think it helps when you say something positive, like you said. It's the only bad thing is to say something bad. So you either don't say anything or you say something good. So, I think it's just as a manager that you will usually say something good or try and see the bright side, right? Like, behind the scenes, there's probably a different picture. He's probably telling Darwin, you could have done this at that moment. You could have done that. Why, use that finish there? In the public, in the public eye, you will
touch
say
that went from the front, the final third, all the way back to a throw in for the opposition. You think to yourself, you're not doing yourself any favors when you do these things, kid. You're not doing yourself any favors.
Well, 8 out of 8 for 8 out of 8 for ground duels. Oh yeah. 8 out of 8 for ground duels.
What are we talking about? Are we talking about Darwin and stuff? Everything else he's good at?
Darlinton, man, get on it, man.
That's Endo I was talking about yesterday.
I do see it. People don't agree with me, man. People don't agree with me, and I'm gonna ride on this hill.
I'm with you, Angel.
Darwin
Convert him
Linton.
to Joe Linton.
Oh, where we go? What?
Convert him to Joe Linton. I'm telling you, he will.
Oh my goodness, the Joe Linton talk.
Darlinton.
12 Linton. He will cook 12. He will cook in the Joe Linton role. I kid you not.
Okay. All right.
So
all right.
no, Chris. So are you saying you want us to buy Joe Linton, or you want us to sell Endo to Newcastle? What are you saying? I mean, what are we
Darwin.
doing? Are we just having, or are we just having some kind of crazy barbecue?
Yeah, I think the last one, Brian. I think the last.
Cool, nice one. Sounds good, actually.
Okay.
A little bit of Brazilian, a little bit of Japanese. We got some barbecue. We got Colombian.
Yeah. Korean barbecue.
I think that's actually the best of all worlds right there. Yeah. Food, man.
Yeah.
Watch the game. Yeah.
So we got our predictions in. Gang's all here. That's definitely, much maligned gang right there. You think all three of those players all been maligned at one point. It might be. I'll bring it big for you guys there before.
That's Cody. That's Curtis and Dom. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Can I ask our much esteemed guests a question?
Yes. We're gonna be wrapping up here pretty soon. We got
because we're going to wrap it up soon.
Yeah.
So that is honestly, Nolante, no offense, but you're here every night, right? So no, Rev and I, Chris and Pops. Now I was going to do the whole half-term report for Arnold Slot. I mean,
that's a good question.
No, but no point, right? Because it's an
no. There's a question for the doctor actually when he gets it back.
Cool. Okay. Right.
From Kevin too.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead. Go ask your question. No. I'll bring it up when you're done.
Yeah, I was going to ask Chris, Rev Knight, and Pops. Obviously, if you're going to give ourselves a half-term report card right now, we're top of the Champions League. We're top of the Premier League. It's obviously going to be an A, right? It's going to be kind of silly to say anything else. But
I already know Chris's rating. You see Chris's.
No. Well, okay. Well, sorry, Chris. Yeah, actually, right then. But let's just say, okay. But let's just say we're all giving hey, look, great report, midterm, right? But in that little box where the area that says could do better, in your report card it says, oh yeah, you got an A in maths, you got an A in this, but could do better. And what is the one thing, given that we were, say, when I was making up this question in my head, top of the league and top of the Champions League, but what is the one thing that you would write in that could do better box?
Easy for me.
Rev, Chris, Angel, Pops. Easy for you, Rev. So yeah, you go ahead, man. Go first.
Yeah, and Pops will know because I'm constantly complaining about it in his chat. But it's clinicality. We're still not clinical enough, and so many points dropped because of that. And it's been a problem for us for a few years now. Even in the Klopp era, we weren't as clinical as we should be. But I think a lot of our forwards have that tendency, but it's still very frustrating. And I think we would have probably another 4 points if we were more clinical, to be honest. But yeah, that's always one of my main gripes.
Well, I guess
Rev.
I think this is going to be the cheap thing for me to do, to ask a question, answer the question with a question.
Yeah, that's not allowed. That's not allowed on a report card.
Angel, before you ask the question,
yeah, go ahead, Pops.
I want to ask Rev a question on what he just said, because he said being clinical. You think that's on Mr. Locke?
I was going to ask the same exact thing. You see, right here. Me and you right here.
Sorry.
Me and you right here.
No, I think that's on the players, Pops. I think, as I said, our forwards are not as clinical as they should be. I think they should, correct themselves a little bit.
Okay,
so is it fair to put it on his report card then? Is it fair to put it on his report card?
I will recalibrate.
No, but it has to be Pops because he's the general. He's the general, man.
I'm just asking.
No, I'll recalibrate.
Sorry, Lazo. Sorry.
Yeah. It's not Slot's report card. It's now LFC's report card. So
Okay.
that makes it easier, right?
Oh,
Alright, cool.
LFC.
Yeah.
There we go.
The team.
Oh,
the team.
now we're
The
cooking
football
now.
team.
Yeah. So there you go.
You're welcome, guys.
Now
So what could the team
bigger,
have done?
right?
Even though we're bang, 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 what could be in our little could do better column? What are we going to write in there as a, one of those little teachers? They're always like, yeah, he's a nice guy and all that, but he's not very, them little people. Yeah.
So let's go with clinical. I'd say, Angel, you ready or you?
Well, he says like LFC, right? The grade for
Yeah.
LFC, right? I honestly,
The club, the team, the
I
whole lot.
think the recruitment. I think, even though I think, like, I do agree with Brian in regards to Sloths. Like, I'm actually surprised we're as good as we are right now. To be
Same.
honest, I didn't expect this to be this transition to be so smooth. But I do feel Hughes and all those other people in the backroom staff have failed them in regards to bringing him the players he needs. So yeah, I don't think none of us in the beginning of the summer were expecting us to bring in 6 or 7 players, even though that's probably what I wanted in my opinion, because I like change.
Come on, FIFA. Bring them all.
Like I like that FIFA settings. That's me and stuff, But to bring in another midfielder, another 6 or a left back or a center back or whatever it is that he needed, because we let go of players in the summer on the free. Those players weren't replaced, and the only player we kind of brought in was Chiesa, which we haven't even seen him in full fruition yet. Hopefully he comes good. But yeah, So, but other than that, I think it's been pretty decent. I'll give like overall club, and based on how we are right now, currently first place in both competitions, I'll probably give it like a B+ for right now.
But in the could do better box, what's the main thing?
I think it's recruitment.
Okay, recruitment. Okay.
Yeah, because I think tactically, you can see tactically, Slough knows what he's doing and stuff. So at the current moment, I think he's getting the best out of the players he currently has. So at that point, I can't complain. So yeah.
No, I agree with you, Angel. I don't think there's a lot that Slot can do better. I think he's done things pretty well, to be honest, in most things. You can probably find like a one game. I think in the Arsenal game we kind of were a bit more defensive than but I think that when there's an odd game here or there, I don't think you can really criticize Slot too much for that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you're gonna look at the
maybe a sub here and there, maybe a sub here and there or whatever, but other than that, I think he's done okay.
I think maybe if you're gonna look for inconsistencies, I think it's more on the players, to be honest. Maybe some games they've underperformed when you don't think that they should, but in terms of Slot, I don't think there's a lot to criticize him for, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. You're up, Pops.
You're up.
Yeah, Pops. What are you writing in the little box of could do better?
First half.
First half
FC,
yeah.
Oh hell yeah.
This second half FC. This second half FC and working. Especially on watch alongs, so you gotta deal with Revenite and Crab and everybody else
Dakota
in the
B.
mind.
Dakota B
Yes,
with this.
yes.
Yeah.
We need to be better in the first half.
We got our first half cooking on the hill. We're cooking everybody up in that hill in the first half.
Yeah, we need to be better in the first half.
I do have so when it comes to conversion rates, I know the clinical. If you look at conversion rates, we are in the top 10. But what's interesting about it is what
top 10?
That's not good though.
We're in the top 10 of.
That's not good though, right?
I know. Let me get to the point. Why I'm saying that is because we are in the top 10. We're 7th, I think, or 6th. We're only point. The difference between us and 5th, for instance, is 0.2 percentage points. 0.2 percentage points. But we're actually 0.4 percentage points. But why I was bringing that up is because the top 3 best conversion rates in the league are Brentford, Spurs, who we face tomorrow, and Wolves. So I get clinicalness and conversions, but
yeah,
that's why, like,
but Wolves
yeah,
do that normally because they create
numbers,
7 chances and score 5. That, I mean,
exactly what I'm
Statistics
getting. That's
without
the reason why I like
context are
clinicalness
yeah.
and like
The math ain't mathing for
considering
me, man. The math ain't mathing for me.
all things considering, because I mean Wolves have had 221 shots on goal, for instance, this year. They've
Seriously,
got 221 shots. They've got 24 goals. So they have a 10.9% rate when it comes to conversion rate. But they're in 19th place.
Shots on goal.
Brentford.
Jesus.
Brentford has 205 shots on goal. They have 32 goals. They're at 15.6%. Spurs, 316 shots on goal. They have 36 goals so far this year. It's sheer volume of goals or shots as likes. Yet we also have more on the likes of 308 shots on goal, but we have 31 goals. Now, the sheer volume of it is definitely considerably different. We have nearly 100 more shots on goal than Wolves do, but that's because we control a lot more of the possession. We control a lot more of the flow of those.
We're Liverpool and they're Wolves.
And also
how many more goals than Wolves do we have then? Just to clarify,
we have 7 more goals than Wolves.
That's not a lot.
Not
the amount of shots extra we take.
100 more shots though on goal.
But we're
nah, that's
if you want to I'll tell you who's
don't do it. Don't do it.
So from what I'm hearing,
you want to look at it from actual goals, it would be Chelsea. Chelsea has 37 goals this year, but they have 343 shots. They have 343 shots on goal. So they're not necessarily, they're only like 6 or 0.7% better than us in their conversion rate, but they also have a higher volume of shots on goal than we do.
I must confess, I haven't really noticed Spurs Europa League results much. Have they been faring in the season's competition?
No, yeah,
they beat Shamrock Rovers. They beat Shamrock Rovers.
You want to even go further? You want to even go further into it?
He drew with Rangers, though, didn't it?
You know who? You want to go even further into it?
I don't know.
No, I was just gonna say real quick because I know we're going a little way over time, but I'm gonna I will hold tight because Pops did a solid yesterday, going way over the time for us on his show.
No, we've got some VIPs in the room, man. We can.
I know.
Angel, let's leave. Let's leave.
Why else? Yeah. But why I was bringing that up is that, like, you know what? Yeah. Why I was bringing that up though is that Brentford is in 12th place. I think where's Brentford in the table right now?
I thought they're doing good.
Brentford's in 12th.
They were in the top 10 though.
Oh, really? They dropped off.
No, they're in 12th place now.
Oh, that's
they're in 12th place. But yet you're talking about clinicalness and everything else. They have the 2 most clinical goal scorers this year in exactly.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that being clinical isn't good. I mean, being clinical.
Well, let me get to my point, and then you can be contrary.
No,
what I was about to say is this. What I was going to say is
that is my point, basically. Pretty much is my point. Like, scoring goals is also good.
Yeah, but you look at the most clinical goal scorers.
Someone got a storm going on in the background. Chris,
I know it does sound like a storm.
It's like a storm.
It sounds like a roller coaster
or something like that. Yeah, it's like
storm, like my AC.
Yeah, is that what it is? Okay,
but you know what's wild about it is that if you were to look at the top 10 most clinical goal scorers in the league currently, I think you probably would be able to pick out off the top of your head two names, other than the 2 names I just gave you. Obviously, you might be able to say 2 names in that top 10. Like, as in, clinical is I get.
Well, Nicholas
that
Jackson and John
clinical is
Duran
what
would
it
be
is.
two of them that wouldn't be the top two, I'd imagine, in terms of.
Duran is at number 10.
You'd have Nicholas Jackson, Duran,
Nicholas
Haaland,
Jackson is not.
Salah,
Nicholas Jackson is not in top 10.
Is he not?
Not
in the top
Nico.
10?
Not Nico. No.
No, he takes a high. He takes a lot
Chris Wood.
high volume of shots and misses a lot. Or not
Yeah,
misses a lot, but misses
a lot of goals.
misses more than he's.
Yeah,
It's a lot of goals. Yeah, he's a high volume
he
shooter.
scores. Yeah, but the
He's
thing
like
about him is,
he's
I was
closer
reading
to a
thing about
player
him
that
today.
you'd be surprised if he's close to. But
Yeah,
What
but I
at
was
Forest?
reading
What
the
at
thing
Forest?
about
12.
what's that?
Chris Wood, yeah.
Chris Wood. Chris Wood, I would say.
at
Chris
Forest.
Wood is getting me points this year in fantasy football. That's why I know about him. But Chris Wood is 5th.
Yeah,
Chris
no,
Wood is
I was
5th.
reading.
But if you were to listen, if I would tell you the
he
list,
actually
you'd be like,
scores
"Whoa!"
from his most high XG chances.
The people that are
Most of
getting
his
in.
chances are-
Go ahead, Brian.
No, sorry, I read a thing. They did a thing on the Guardian today about Nicholas Jackson, and it was all based around his XG, and like he basically has like 4 chances. He scored like the highest or the lowest XG. Like he's just one of these guys. He scored a lot of goals, but he has this way of scoring like the lowest. Yeah, but anyway, it's just like he didn't do well last year. Comes in now he's scoring a lot of goals. He can't deny it, so he's doing well, But
well, the why I brought up this statistic though is because I already said the 2 Brentford players. We already mentioned Chris Wood, who's in the 5th place. Okay, and you had Jean Duran in 10th place. But if you listen to the other names on the list, it's kind of surprising because in 3rd,
Dom
Harry Wilson.
Solanke, surely Solanke.
No, Dom
right?
Solanke, he's not.
No,
he's not in the
he's
top.
not in there. Okay, you got
Harry Wilson is in 3rd place. Jamie Vardy, 4th place. James Madison in 6th place. Jadon Sancho in 7th place. Marcus Rashford in 8th place. Michael Keane in 9th place.
There you go. That's where the thing starts to fall apart. Minutes wise.
Right, like as in
rip it up 12. Rip it up and throw it away.
Yeah, rip it up, right? Exactly. That's this year. Then you have Jurgen Strand Larson
in
11th place.
Strand Larson's Wolves.
You have
50 million for Michael Keane. Get it on the table. That's
Michael Keane. Jeez.
Exactly.
Holy shit.
Rashford and Sancho.
Rashford.
Exactly.
300 pops. 350,000 pounds a week is what Marcus Rashford gets paid right now.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Where is he going to go?
Well done for him.
Where the fuck is he? And now he wants out. And now, have you seen the way their fans have turned on him?
Oh, they've absolutely turned on him. Absolutely.
It's vicious the way they're like, how dare you say this about it? Say what? Say what about it? He
hasn't said anything.
I mean,
there's only one player. There's only one player in the top 20 that is a Liverpool player. I will admit that. Now that goes to Revenite's saying that we need clinicalness. Right.
Well, we've never been there.
Only one player.
If we're being honest,
only one player that is. And I will say this:
Costa Simicast.
Shout out.
No, is it Costa Simicast?
Not Simicast.
No,
it's Kelleher, man. It's Kelleher.
No. Oh,
shout out to my guy Matt from Coppish. Shout out even a little bit, to Cal, a little bit from Coppish as well. But also shout out to my guy on the panel here, Mr. Angel, because in that top 20, guess who it is? The only player from Liverpool that is in the top 20 for clinicalness.
Get out of here. It better not be his name. Mr.
Diaz.
Get the hell out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out of here, man.
Rip it up.
Well, true.
Rip it up. There you go. There you go, people.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Lucho is at 20.8% in conversion rate.
So what? I'm sorry. Someone explain to me. Explain to me like I'm a dumb American. What is conversion rate?
You get 10 chances, you finish 2, you got a 20% conversion rate.
All right.
There you
That
go.
all right. That math ain't mathing for me and stuff. That from what I see.
Chances though, Angel. Chances. Remember
exactly.
this. Chances.
Context.
Lucho doesn't have a lot of chances.
By layer. Yeah.
He has a lot of
So
the
what is
ball,
a
but he
chance?
doesn't necessarily have a lot of
Yeah.
chances.
This is
He
also
doesn't have
not. I
volume
mean, like
chances versus Mo,
right.
versus Nunez, versus Gakpo,
Right.
versus.
Yeah,
Right.
basic Chris.
And this is
basically
also
percentage of
putting in.
shots on
This is
goal
also
that
not
went in.
including. This is also you don't include. This is NPG too, non-penalty goals. So, you know, some people, some players might have a high accumulation of goals, but they're not all goals scored during, you know, obviously open play.
It's basically how good you are at being a striker and sticking the ball in the back of the net.
This is too confusing. Stick me with like stitching and needles and cutting people open. That's what I'm good at. There's other stuff I don't understand whatsoever.
You're not enjoying the MPGs there, Pop.
I'm trying to say what's
Whether or not
good
you know this
in
already,
Espanol to
as
you.
soon as you start
Recognize
adding letters,
Viva Colombia,
the XGs, the NPGs, and these. No.
Viva, our son of Colombia.
Oh yeah, Chris has about 5. Chris works in a fucking emergency room. He has about 5 seconds to make a decision. Don't give him waffle. Just give him something. Bang, he can make an immediate decision. That's all.
Yeah, like I don't. But from this conversation, like from what I'm hearing, is that we need more clinical players. That's from what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's not what 12 Man was
Even
going
when
to.
we won, we weren't clinical though, Angel.
No, but
we had
need
Mane,
clinical.
we had Mo, we had Bobby.
No,
we
I
weren't
understand.
clinical.
But there was a
volume pops.
About volume.
Yeah,
That's the
volume.
part is that getting higher volume.
If you create
in
7,000 chances, you're going to score 1,000 goals.
Yeah, that's why the whole. When I hear people say, "Yeah, I'd be more clinical," It'd be one thing if we were a team that weren't getting a high volume of shots. Man. If anything, I would give props to Wolves for some reason as being more clinical than most people probably give them credit for, considering the volume of shots they're getting.
12, nobody has ever been clinical. This whole clinical, there's never been a team that scored 90% of its chances. There's never been a team like that. That whole clinical thing is like, do you remember that Man United team where they had like 1,000 shots and they scored 980 of it? That's never happened, man.
No,
this whole thing like being clinical, it's bullshit. It's a myth. Basically.
I think, but Brian, I think you can ask to be more clinical, but you can never ask to be clinical. I think you can expect a little bit more. But you can never
don't
expect.
Be a dick. Yeah, right. Don't be a dickhead and wang it out at a stadium every 5 minutes and kicking. Yeah, of course. Yeah, but this idea that there's this team that never missed. Show me them. I can't wait to watch the fucking DVD. They don't exist.
No, but you'd be surprised that talk about teams that get shots, for instance. Again, you know, it is about volume, and yeah, if you want to say they need to be more clinical, I guess, or whatever. But Manchester City lead the league in shots, actually, which is kind of surprising.
Yes, because they have that damn sideboard and stuff.
Right, 401. Yeah, 401 total shots at goal.
Yeah, but you gotta think it's like with City that they've been under change these years, and the shots are going to the wrong people now, or the people that used to take the shots can't do what their old players used to do. So
I think finish your thought, Evan. I didn't mean to say.
No, that's all right. I was just gonna say like it's just not gonna be under the same effect because those players either have lost some ability or they don't have the same. They haven't replaced them correctly. So now the people taking the shots. Like I remember a game where you had Ruben Diaz taking pot shots from outside the box. He must have taken about 5 or 6, but you don't want that guy shooting. It's like you'd rather have like a proper attacking player have a shot, right? So,
but what I was gonna say is that, you know, and again, stats can always be used for whatever purpose that you want to try to tailor them to be, right? I know Pop's gonna probably say that anyways, but so I just rip that Band-Aid off. I know Brian likes to say that too. So, but what I was going to say is that I just mentioned how Manchester City have a high volume of shots. If you look at the places that these teams are at, you see the volume of goals that they actually score, the conversion rates that we spoke on. It doesn't always consist to be relevant to how many shots, the sheer volume that you get, or even even sometimes even the number of goals that you have. It's more so having a good balance of good shots. Now that is a better question, I think, as to like the conversion rates and everything else. That's one thing, and being clinical and everything else is one thing. But I mean, if you're taking difficult shots, yes, you're not going to convert a high number of those shots. If you're taking, I brought this up to Doc B yesterday on Anfield Index, the fact that are we going to see possibly more shots, for instance, outside the box against this keeper tomorrow because of his very fragile, mentality that we've seen with having him. He let off a bad rebound. He's not good with the ball at his feet. Just pepper him with shots, and chances are we'll probably force some type of like bad rebound or a bad something that forces him to do something bad under that.
Yeah, I want us to pressure him early.
But Lee, 3% of shots actually are converted when it comes to shots outside the box. So it's like, okay, well then that's not a high rate. That's not a high rate return for shots. So yeah, you now understand why we've decreased our number of outside shots or box shots outside the box to primarily 90% of our shots are taken from inside the box. So like good shots are important to be a connotation of what you're saying. The clinicalness, I get it, but it's about good shots. Taking good shots it can be a more valuable attribute than just someone that is clinical with their approaches. Because just like Brian said, I don't think anyone is going to have like 70%, 80% conversion rate. I just told you the highest conversion rate this year in the league is 33%.
Well, no, but you're right. No, but you can have like someone who takes like the idea of scoring from outside the box has always been
exactly
like it's further away, it's harder to score. It's always been the idea of shooting.
Well, we have more goals. We have more quick interjection.
Yeah.
We have more goals last year scored outside the box than we've had in the last. I think it's like I want to say 5 years. So
yeah, but scoring from outside the box is harder. That's
Yes, why I brought up that statistic. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So it's about quality. It's about different things. It's about that.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's about someone like do you work it in? I think it's all about working it in these days and just getting it to the point where you give somebody. Ideally, you give somebody a tap in.
Mm-hmm.
You're not relying on somebody to have the ability to bend one in or something like that, but you've got a Gakpo as well. Yeah, it's all about building up to that final. Yeah, coaches do not want people taking pot shots from 25, 30 yards. Like, that's your last fucking resort. They don't want to see guys, great little move right through the midfield, build up through the back. Bang, bang, bang. 2 great passes, and then some guy just decides to hit it from 30 yards. No, man. No. A pass and another, and then we're in. Mm-hmm. If you see him, like, we trained this shit. Like, that's where we are now. But yeah, they don't want to see, because like you said, the chance of scoring a goal from shooting from outside the box, there's a reason they show them on highlights reels. There's a reason why goals from outside the box are in the best goals ever scored, because they're really, really unlikely to happen.
Yes.
Especially from open play. So yeah, you work it in, but it's to me it makes sense. I don't like it. I like that players being given that freedom, but that's not the world we live in right now, is it? They've been told to play. I love the idea of someone just looking up from 30 yards and going, I can hit
taking
this.
taking a rip.
Yeah, I can hit this. I can hit this.
Before we bounce, I'll have a fun question then. I have a fun question for everyone.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna conclude the show here. What is a shot in football that you don't see today, really, that you miss? What is what shot do you miss in football the most? What shot do you not? You don't a type of a shot that you don't necessarily see in today's game.
What type of
like,
goal?
For instance, like as in like an answer could be like It used to be players would do like R9 that they wouldn't necessarily try to dink it over the goalkeeper. They might juke one way or dip and dab and go around the keeper, and score that way, as opposed to now the majority of players dink it over the goalkeeper rather than try to go around the goalkeeper. What is something that is a part of today's game that you miss from, like, as in shooting? That's shots, at least as a shot.
I don't know, maybe like
TVG specials, huh?
Maybe like the knuckleballs, like have no movement type thing.
Oh yeah. From a shot from outside the box where it just
yeah,
like,
but
yeah, like Pirlo used to do a lot of that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe maybe something that you think is like a lost art. Maybe that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Is that and anyone else have
shots from deep in general, isn't it?
Yeah. You know who used to be good?
You don't
at
see
that?
a Stevie G special anymore.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah.
The midnight special, Puff. The midnight special, baby.
I was thinking about those free kicks Gerrard used to take from quite far out to beat the ones that just really flew in. You don't see as many of them anymore, do you?
Those used to be crackers, man.
Yeah, like rather those are normally crosses now than they are more than shots. If it's like so far from outside the box type deal.
Well, I'll have a proper one, but it'll be kind of contradictory. But it's but like I said last week, you're talking about your moment of the game thing.
Mm-hmm.
My moment of the game, and last one was Cody Gakpo scoring a 100% pure, legitimate flying header. Both feet off the ground.
Absolutely.
Now,
absolutely.
To me,
absolutely.
From outside the box for a while.
Bring him
That's
back,
nice
baby.
when you get a header from outside the box.
It's almost as good as a header outside the box. Yeah, a flying header. Now, he's saying something we don't see anymore. Yeah, we saw it last week, but that to me, man, both feet off the ground, flying headers.
The last good one was the last good header like that was Van Persie World Cup.
What's better than flying header?
I was gonna say last flying good header was his other flying header that he had earlier this year. Yeah, he's had two flying. He had the one from Salah.
Both feet off the ground. Both feet were off the ground before his head made contact with the ball. So it was a proper flying header. Mm-hmm. Both feet were off the ground before. It's not enough of them.
Really the flying Dutchman, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, perfect. That's what I want to see more of. That is
Dutch and he's flying.
The flying Dutchman.
I guess you do still see bicycle kicks, but you don't see this a lot. The higher used to be a little bit of a higher volume of them that you probably got to see yesteryear.
Bring them back, man. Keep it back. Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
Given his dangerous play a lot now, to be honest, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't think it was dangerous. I didn't think it was a dangerous play, by the way, that Lucho got a yellow for. I thought that was a bad call.
He went for the ball. I don't understand that crap. Like he put his own.
He made contact with the ball too.
Yeah, like you risked your own body. Like how am I being penalized for someone going for the ball as well? Like it makes no sense.
Yeah, I have one that's kind of similar to Brian, but I think this happens enough, but it doesn't happen. It happens just not enough to make you frustrated, which is players not going around the keeper as much. Because I always remember hearing Pops complaining about it. That our players don't go around the keeper enough.
Round the keeper, nice.
Put him on his behind and leave him there.
Yeah. Okay.
That little drag right.
Getting some good answers.
Shimmy and drag. Yeah. And you're walking into the net. Rev, man.
Walk it in. That's it. Back over your shoulder as well.
Did a Balotelli and like.
Pops, that's dirty.
That's a dirty one.
Little glance and roll it in. Man.
Oh, that's dirty. Yeah.
That's you toxic, man. You toxic. I like you.
Yeah.
Anyone else behind there going nuts?
Yeah.
I got to jump, man. I got to jump.
Yeah. Good seeing you, Pops. Good seeing you. We're about to end anyway, right
Big
here
up
in the next
everybody.
couple minutes.
Big up.
I just want to make sure everyone got their answers in. Big up, Pops, though, for joining us. Lee got his. Rev just gave his. Chris and Pops gave theirs. Brian gave his. JK and Nolante, you guys are on mute. Whichever hops off mute first. Which one would you like? Which one of you would like to take and include what's a shot in today's game you don't see? It might, and doesn't mean that it's completely gone, but something that you don't see with the frequency, or it's something that you miss that was more prevalent or more frequent in days before.
Back in the day, I say. Back in my day, as I say. Back in my day, as I say.
I'll tell you one free kick, and again, school people, Georgie Hadji, his left foot free kicks and long range was disgusting.
Yeah. Georgie Hadji,
yeah. That you don't see in today's game. Mate. His left foot was like a wonder. He scored. I can't count. I remember we were watching him, the 30-yard free kicks, long ranges, you name it. He was a killer with his shots with that left foot. Very, very underrated as a player.
Okay. So you're just saying left-footed assassin strikes, basically, from outside the box?
Yeah.
Okay. JK, do you have something that you miss? Maybe it's like good quality scissor kicks.
Yeah. I was gonna say, wingers who cross the ball. That's what I miss. You know, left-footed guys playing on the left wing, right-footed guys playing on the right wing. All this inverted nonsense. No wonder Darwin can't score. No one's crossing the ball to him, you know.
Robert, you're right. Yeah, I got put in my place for even suggesting Virgil van Dijk should be Southampton's best player of the Premier League era. But yeah, he did have some bangers.
You know, I thought of something else. Is it just me, or does it just seem like the variation of headers has gone out the game? Because I was thinking about Suarez's header from the edge of the box, and you never see like those outrageous headers or these like looping headers anymore. It's just like they're either bang in front of the goal, they're just simple headers. Like, you know, you see Arsenal with their set pieces. It's just Gabriel right in the middle of the goal.
Steve Nicol got one from the edge of the box, I think, against Arsenal away, and Jim Beglam got one from outside the box against Panathinaikos in the 1985 European Cup semi-final.
I'll tell you what I don't see, and this is what you don't see it too often at all, but I have seen it. I have seen goals, and I know Trent technically scored one, but I don't think it was. I think it was called an own goal, possibly. But that is goals from corner kicks, from the actual corner kick. Do you know what I mean?
It's called an Olympico.
Yeah.
It's called an Olympico. If you score direct from a corner kick, it's called an Olympico.
Okay.
We were trying them a lot early doors. I brought that up on a couple of shows. Trent tried to score. Clearly wasn't trying to cross.
Okay.
Tried to score at least.
Bring him up on other shows, not bring him up on our show. I got you.
No, on our show.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. He was like, it was. He wasn't trying to, get some. He was trying to score, straight up. And it was like, are they trying to like target certain keepers who they think are weak? It's just like he said to him, no, just go for it. Basically, it's this new thing, where they're all trying to be super clever and stuff from set pieces. Hey, think you could kind of bet? Yeah. Robbo, McAllister, and Szoboszlai all tried definitely to score from corner kicks in our first maybe 4 or 5 games this season. They weren't trying to meet any. They were trying to score.
Yeah.
We've modified it a bit, and that's a few of them short corners recently, especially the one that came off against Madrid. But we've done
I'm
that.
not a fan of the short corner, to be honest
recently. Well, if it yields a goal, then yes, I am.
Yeah, absolutely. Then I'll give it props. But I mean, I remember. Do you remember there was a period when we weren't really doing well with our corners, and then it seemed like Klopp made us just do short corners for every corner that we had was like a short corner. It seemed like. You remember?
I remember, and I remember us doing outswinger after outswinger. We never did an in-swinger. Like it would be like one in-swinger every 20 corners or something.
Yeah,
like the outswingers.
Yeah, and I'm just like mix it up, Yeah.
Yeah. But did you guys see that Son scored one? But that's just because the keeper was crap. The keeper was crap, so he just like put it in the box and it just happened to go in. But that keeper
that might have been, if that was VAR, it might have been ruled. He might have gotten it, but he has to be stronger in that situation. I think
definitely.
Because the guy did because I think the spur. I don't know who it was, but I think he did kind of like he was in the air and he kind of pushed down on his hand.
It was Bergvall. He's a youngster. He's not even strong or anything. He's just like a feather, that guy. And somehow he dropped the keeper.
Yeah.
He's the latest Swedish wonder kid, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Can I have a bit of fun? Can I just do something quickly?
Do it. We got one more minute to go, but go ahead.
Oh, okay, hang on. Okay, share screen. Oh, okay. Can everybody see this? Right. Oh, sorry.
Hold on. Let me take it down. Go ahead.
That is James Acaster, right?
Hold on. They can't see it.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Can everybody see that? Right. That's James Acaster.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
If you ever get to see him, give him a cabbage. By the way, give him a cabbage.
Okay. So I'm just gonna say, do this.
The anticipation.
That is Dejan
Kulusevski. Oh, I see you saying.
I see what you're saying.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Definite doppelganger.
I'm pretty sure that's the same person. I'm pretty sure that's
Dejan Acaster.
Yeah. Revenite, you know what I'm saying here, right? That's the same guy, right? I'm pretty sure that's the same guy because he's the kind of guy that would do that. He would like create a fake football career and then he's got that kind of I wouldn't be surprised if that's literally. I mean, every time I see him, I'm like, that's James Acaster, man. That's not fucking cool, who whatever he wants to call himself. So, that's me. That is our that's my parting shot for tonight. So if it turns out to be true, you heard it here first.
Yeah, you heard it here first. You heard it here first. Yeah, that's funny. I just had to say that. Maybe we could bring Kulusevski a cabbage too. There's a funny story that he tells about this kid that was like sending him cabbages, and now like everyone, when you see him at his comedy shows, people like give him cabbages and such because he's got like this like running.
It was one of his friends. One of his friends. Yeah, that's one of his early jokes. Yeah. His friend's little brother put a cabbage in his bed.
In his bedroom, and he just did it all. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Oh man, the dreaded cabbage. But let's get some cabbage tomorrow, and in that cabbage being a win.
Yes.
Big up to those that joined us today. Shout out to Mr. Mike Das who joined us. Shout out to Dr. Pops. Shout out to Chris Angel. Shout out to well, I was going to get to the panel, but I was just making sure those that aren't on the panel, we're part of the panel that have since left before the show ended here. But yes, shout out to Revenite, shout out to Nalante, obviously, JK, Lee, Brian, and everyone in the chat. Big up, big up. Thank you for joining us for over 4 hours. This show, I'm gonna definitely have to edit this show down, so this probably be like a part 1, part 2 type show. So that those wanting their preview get their preview. But big up to everyone that rocked with us for this entire time. I see some names in Red Rebellion TV. Big up, big shout out to you. I see Kevin rocking with us, Robert McGuire rocking with us this entire, basically from the gate. Shout out. I know it's late. I know it's extremely late. So big up to Trap Joe, big up to Bernie, big up to so many people. Philip, Callum, who else was rocking with us early? I think Crab was in the building. A lot of names, a lot of good people. Redbird was here. Am I forgetting anyone?
All the usuals. Yeah, all the usuals.
Dara. Can't forget my fellow Arizonian. All the usuals for sure. But we've been rocking for quite a time. Oh, can't forget Norm was in the house, definitely. Yeah, talk about an OG. That's certainly one that can represent in any forum. Shout out Red Armchair Supporter. Who else? I can make sure I did. Reels and Jared. High Lore. Bonkers. Exactly. So many good people, so many positive people. That's the great thing about it. Our conversion rate is definitely we have some real good goals on here when it comes to the people that include themselves in our chat. So shout out to all of you that do, because you guys make Cedric. I know Cedric was here earlier. Mtar Mizzy, was here actually as well. He had a thing. He had a quick question. I know that Mtar Mizzy isn't part of the chat at the moment. He brought up about Kaká Jr. He said his style of play is identical to his dad. Baller. Yeah, for sure. Kaká is a baller.
Was brilliant, yeah.
He was brilliant. Absolutely was brilliant. And even to Mr. Wright, hope that I don't know who hurt you, but I hope that you get better, and I hope that you find some type of peace. Shout out to Honcho, Trudon, Mark A. I think I got everyone. Hopefully I did. But if I missed you, it's not because it was on purpose. It's more so it's just been 4 hours, and I need to get something to eat. I got to get to do my thing. So shout out to everyone for sure. And for those that didn't chime in, but we're just listening along, big up to you as well. And recognize the fact that we all appreciate each other, because as Reds, we make the Reds community strong, and we make it vibrant, and we make it the best community in the world, because we represent the best club in the world. So that's not going to change ever, I hope. So keep doing what you do. Yeah, I'm going to end the show. But again, thank you guys for joining us. Stick around on the panel. And also up the Reds, people. Up the Reds. Let's get this W tomorrow. We need it. We definitely want it. Let's get it. So up the Reds, and take care. We'll see you tomorrow.